Coroners, please all stand. Court's now sitting.
Good morning. Morning. Mr. Castleton.
Thank you. Apologies for the short delay, Your Honour. There have been some minor technical matters that need to be attended to. Mr. Bloom, yesterday afternoon, just prior to the adjournment, I was asking you some questions about Janet Oldenburg and your affair with Janet Oldenburg in late 1999.
Yes.
Can you recall that evidence that you gave in relation to Janet Oldenburg?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that throughout the course of your affair with Ms Oldenburg in late 1999, you took steps to conceal that affair from your wife Diane of some many years?
That's right, and never talked about it.
And the steps I want to suggest you took to conceal the affair that you were having with Ms Janet Oldenburg was not to inform Janet Oldenburg where you resided. Do you accept that?
No, I think she knew where I was living. I'm not 100% sure.
Ms Oldenburg says that you told her that you were living at East Ballina, but not the specific details. Does that sound correct?
Maybe.
And that you told her that you were living in a house with a few other people, that is, friends.
No.
And that you never took her to your place in East Ballina?
No.
That's correct?
Correct.
And would you, when she, on occasions, drive you from her residence in Woodburn to Ballina, would she drop you off at West Ballina near the Big Prawn?
She never drove me to Ballina.
Well, she has given evidence before Her Honour that on occasions she would drive you to West Ballina and drop you off near the shops near towards the Big Prawn.
She dropped me at the bus stop at Woodburn, but not
You sure about that?
positive.
Well, she has given evidence that she has taken you in her car and deposited you near to the Big Prawn in West Ballina.
No, no way.
You've read Ms Oldenburg's statement, have you not?
Yes?
It's a statement, you would agree, I take it, is detailed
Yes.
and has specific dates,
Yes.
and that it was provided to police by her shortly after your affair ended. Do you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
You did not disclose, did you, to Ms Oldenburg that you were married?
Yes, she knew I was married. My God. She did.
Did you disclose to Ms Oldenburg that you were known as Rick West?
Maybe. I don't recall.
Did you disclose to Ms Oldenburg that you were known as Richard Westbury?
Probably not. I'm not sure.
Did you disclose to Ms Oldenburg that you were known as Richard?
Yes.
Do you recall disclosing any other names to Ms Oldenburg that you may have used at about that time?
No.
Was a decision made for you and Ms Oldenburg to travel abroad?
Yes.
And was the purpose of that overseas trip
For her to find agents.
just repeat that answer?
For her to find agents.
Not to attend a coin auction
No.
as part of the business proposal you put to her about going into a partnership of sorts
No, sir.
in a coin business?
No, sir.
Quite certain of that.
I'm certain of that.
Ms. Oldenburg gave evidence before Her Honour recently where she was asked, did you know whether or not he, that is you, Mr. Bloom, was married? No, I didn't. He told me he was single. Did you know whether he had any children from any previous relationships or not? No.
She knew I was married. That's all I can say. About the children, I don't remember talking about.
And why do you assert today that she knew you were married?
Because she obviously went to Barry Cooper's and Christ.
Stop there. I'm not asking you to speculate about what she may have had by way of conversations with other people. I'm just simply wanting to explore with you why you assert today that she knew that you were a married man whilst you were conducting an affair with her.
Well, she obviously knew because, you know, I was, like I told you yesterday, I was going to Barry Cooper's every day. And she was going there with her husband as well, so she obviously knew that I was married.
Well, it all depends whether your wife was there or not, I suppose, Mr. Bloom.
My wife, as I told you yesterday, was typing a list for Barry Cooper, and she was there with her husband and again to see what material would come to the auction. So,
Ms. Oldenburg's evidence was that you were an acquaintance of her former husband.
that's right.
And that she occasionally would see you from time to time at the RSL when there were coin auctions.
Yes, but also at the shop.
Is there a reason why you did not provide her with your contact details? Like your telephone number?
No, no particular reason. No.
Was it because you did not want her to be calling your residential address and your wife or children answering the telephone?
No. No.
Did you assist Ms. Oldenburg to acquire a new passport?
I did.
And as part of that process, did you request her to change her hairstyle?
Never.
Did you, as part of that process, request that she alter the colour of her hair?
No.
She asserts she did.
She always had the same colour and the same hairstyle.
She didn't change her hairstyle for the passport photograph, for the application for the new passport?
No.
Don't remember?
What do you mean about hairstyle? I mean, she was the same. No.
Mr. Bloom, I'm simply putting to you what Ms. Oldenburg told police
I understand.
in January of 2000.
Yes.
And she told police that you requested she change her hairstyle and to alter the colour,
I didn't.
then to apply for a new passport with the photograph of the new hairstyle.
To me, she had the same colour of hair and no.
Did you want her to go blonde, Mr. Bloom?
Certainly not.
And were you told by Ms. Oldenburg that the hair stylist or hairdresser couldn't do it, that is, change her hair to blonde?
I don't know anything of that. Sorry.
Did you say to her that you thought she would look nicer with blonde hair?
Certainly not.
What's your recollection of her hair colour at that time that you went overseas?
Dark brown. Dark brown or black. I mean, dark.
And you say that the reason that you went overseas was for her to see her family?
No. It was for her to see agents.
Agents?
Yes.
For what again?
Agents for her to go on the stage.
To do what on the stage?
I told you yesterday she was a belly dancer.
Was she 51 years of age at this time, to your understanding, Mr. Bloom?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And it's your clear evidence today, is it, that she wanted to travel abroad to belly dance on stage at 51 years of age?
Well, that's what she was doing. I've seen it many times.
Did you not suggest to her that you should travel overseas to plan moving there, to settle in Europe?
No. She wanted to, but if she was successful, but I certainly not suggest that I would settle with her.
You say you didn't suggest to her that you start a life afresh, the two of you, and reside in Europe somewhere, such as the French Riviera?
Not. I had a wife at home, certainly not.
Well, I want to suggest you, Mrs. Oldenburg didn't know about your wife and children at home.
Well, I think she did, but anyway.
Her evidence is that she believed you, trusted you.
Oh, yes.
But you deny you said those things.
No.
Can I just go back? You just said a moment ago in your evidence, Mr. Bloom, when Mr. Castleton was asking you about Ms. Oldenburg being a ballet dancer at 51, and you said, I've seen it many times.
That's right.
What were you referring to?
Well, she did belly dancing at her place, in Bali when we stayed there for 3 days. Yeah.
Did you see Ms. Oldenburg perform her belly dancing at Lismore?
No. But I know she was part of a group or whatever it you can go. So she told me anyway.
Mr. Bloom, in late November of 1999, did you discuss with Janet Oldenburg the matter of power attorneys?
She said that she wanted to. She arranged it with a person in the court in Lismore, and I went along with it and signed the power of attorney. Yes.
And do you have that power of attorney?
No.
You didn't retain a copy of the power of attorney?
No.
To your knowledge, what became of the power of attorney?
She kept all the papers on.
I'll return to that in a moment.
Yes.
She asserts in her statement shortly after your affair ended that it was you who brought up the topic of acquiring or having executed powers of attorney.
No way.
She says, Mr. Bloom, in her statement, I can't remember why he brought the matter up. He always said to me, what's mine is yours. I never want anything of yours. Does that ring any bells,
No, sir.
Mr. Bloom?
No.
Did you tell Janet Oldenburg that you were worth about $12 million through your coin dealings,
Certainly not.
and that you owned a property near Namboida with 20,000 acres of red cedar growing on it?
Certainly not. I don't even know where Cambodia is.
You did not invent an extraordinary story or tale,
No, I didn't, sir.
like Monique Cornelius has alleged against you?
No, sir.
Did you draft the power of attorney, Mr. Bloom?
No, it was organised by her, and I think she had a relationship which wasn't accounted, I think, from what I remember. That's all.
Ms. Oldenburg says that she never saw the power of attorney after it was executed.
She's the one who kept the papers. I assumed that she had it. Otherwise what? I didn't have it.
Do you have a recollection of at least going to Lismore?
Yes.
And was that at the Lismore local court?
Yes, she drove there. Yes.
And was the power of attorney witnessed by a justice of the peace who was at the Lismore local court?
That's right. Yeah.
And did you provide the power of attorney for execution by yourself and Mrs. Oldenburg?
She had all the papers. I didn't actually produce. She produced the papers to the.
Are you certain about this, Mr. Bloom, that it wasn't you who produced the power of attorney for her to sign?
No. No.
And why, to your understanding, was she providing you a power of attorney in circumstances where she perhaps had only recently commenced an affair with you?
I don't know.
Was it because you suggested it to her?
No, I didn't, sir. She's the one who made the arrangements with the court in Lismore, and she's the one who drove me there.
Have you ever relied upon Mrs. Oldenburg's power of attorney to sign documents?
No. No.
And did you provide to her a power of attorney that would enable her to sign documents on your behalf, or not?
She had the papers. I told you before.
That's not quite my question, Mr. Bloom.
All right. She had the power of attorney. She had.
Did you provide her with the power to sign documents on behalf of yourself?
When we left the office of that gentleman at the court in Lismore, she took the papers, and she had the papers. I never got any papers back.
And at that moment in time, did you understand that what you yourself had signed enabled her to sign documents on behalf of you?
Yeah, I didn't know that. No.
Did you understand that you could sign documents on behalf of her after you left the Lismore local court?
No.
In late 1999?
No, sir.
Did you say to Mrs. Oldenburg that if the relationship between you and her dissolved, the power of attorneys would also dissolve?
Can't remember. I can't recall that.
Did you, at some point after you left the Lismore local court, produce a black tube about a foot long and about 2 inches thick with a screw top lid at her place?
At her place, yes, I provided a tube. She wanted to put a valuable, she wanted to bury a valuable, because she was, a place was in the middle of nowhere and going overseas. She wants to be sure that no one come and rob the things in her place.
Was it you, though, who produced a black tube about a foot long and about 2 inches thick with a screw-top lid?
It wasn't black, it was grey. And yes, I provided her with.
And did you provide it to her of your own volition, not at her insistence or suggestion?
No, I gave it to her because she asked for. She asked me how could she deal with her possessions. Well, she wasn't there because her place is in the middle of nowhere, and anyone could have access to it while she was away.
At this time, you were living at 14 The Terrace in
Yes.
Ballina, correct?
Yes, correct.
That residence had a safe box there, did it not?
That resident, that at my little safe box, yes.
Did you offer to store her valuables in your safe box like you had stored your own valuables?
No.
Did you suggest she go to the bank and apply for a safety deposit envelope or safety deposit box?
No.
Have you yourself, Mr. Bloom, ever buried anything in a backyard for safekeeping?
No.
And why would you do it on this occasion for Mrs. Oldenburg?
Because I did it in her place. I mean,
and I take it, sir, that the reason in the past that you haven't buried things in the backyard is that it's perhaps not the most safest thing to do. Accept that?
I can't recall anything like that.
Well, as you know from Mrs. Oldenburg's statement that you've read, that she attests that it was you who came up with the idea to bury things in her backyard before you departed overseas.
Yeah, maybe yes, but before that, she asked me, she asked me how she could hide or whatever possessions. And so the next time I went there, I got the piece of tube from Bunnings, and I provided her with, yes.
And did you yourself bury some items in that tube in her backyard that were your belongings?
No. Why would I bury her?
Mrs. Oldenburg states in her statement that you had some coins in the tube.
Oh, yes.
For safekeeping.
If I had any coins, they would have been at home.
In your safe deposit box?
In my little box, yes.
And yet again, why did you not say to her, Janet, give me your items of jewellery and I'll store them in my safe at home?
Sorry, but I didn't know what she had. I didn't know the volume of it. I don't know. My boxes wasn't, it's about 4 inches, metal box, 4 inches long by probably 2 to 3 inches wide. And I had my personal things in, and I didn't want to have other things coming in.
And do you say today that in late November of 1999, your safety deposit box at home could not store wedding or engagement rings?
I would have my own bits and pieces of jewelry in it as well, but no, it was never talked about. Sorry.
And did you, as part of this process of burying jewellery in the backyard, assist with sorting through her items of jewellery to work out which pieces were perhaps worth more than others?
No.
You didn't undertake any assessment with her to identify which particular pieces of jewellery may be more valuable than another?
No, sir.
To decide what would go in the tube and into the ground?
No, sir.
Mrs. Oldenburg says that that's precisely what took place.
No, sir.
That did not happen, you say?
No. She just had a bag and she put it in the tube. I didn't ever know what was in the bag.
Mrs. Oldenburg says in her statement that she provided to police shortly after your affair ended, paragraph 22, Rick said to me, in case the house gets robbed while we are away, if you have anything valuable, you should bury it too while we're away. I'll bury it with this, indicating the tube. I went through my jewellery with Rick. I didn't know what was valuable and what wasn't. Mr. Bloom, you have that look of, that incredulous look again.
Yeah.
This is not new to your ears, is it? You've read this.
That's right. A woman who doesn't know what her jewelry is worth, I mean, no, I don't understand.
She went on to say, we sorted out some of my jewellery to bury, which included my wedding and engagement ring, gold ingot, jade necklace, couple of gold-coloured bracelets, one with blue opal-type stones and some other items, including a silver necklace made by Navajo Indians, and my grandmother's wedding and engagement ring. Do you recall undertaking that process?
She had everything in a bag, and the bag went in the tube. She also accused me of stealing that silver.
Mr. Bloom, do you say today that you had no idea what you buried in the backyard that belonged to Mrs. Oldenburg in late 1999?
I knew it was jewelry, and I knew that she put it in a bag, and that she gave me the bag, which I put in the tube.
But you denied, do you, on oath, today, before Her Honour, that you did not sort through Mrs. Oldenburg's jewellery?
I didn't.
You accept, do you, that it was you who buried the items in the backyard?
I buried the tube, yes.
And do you remember where you buried the tube in Mrs. Oldenburg's backyard?
On the side of a shed there.
Did you depart on your overseas journey from Brisbane Airport?
Yes.
How did you get to Brisbane Airport?
She had a friend to come and pick us up and drove us to Lismore. We caught a bus in Lismore to the airport.
And had you taken that bus, perhaps not necessarily from Lismore, but that bus previously to the Brisbane airport?
Yes, I took the bus from. There was a bus depot. It doesn't exist anymore. There was a bus depot in Ballina, and the interstate buses too came to the Big Prawn.
And when you, prior to 1999, went overseas, would you usually depart out of Brisbane for international flights?
Yes, most of the time.
And would your wife, on any occasion, take you to the Brisbane airport?
No.
You were always left to your own devices?
Yes, I took the bus.
And would you ever, on occasion...
Excuse me, also when there's a little bus, a airport bus, the little ones which takes 6 or 8 passengers, which you had to book ahead, and picks you up at the Ballina bus exchange.
And on any of your overseas trips where you've departed from the airport at Brisbane, and this is before 1999, would you ever stay the night at the Brisbane airport?
Never. I always went that morning early.
And on your return into Brisbane prior to 1999, did you ever stay at the airport at Brisbane?
Never. The little bus that I was talking about before, I could pre-booked and would pick me up at the Brisbane airport when the plane arrived.
At any time prior to 1999, Mr. Bloom, did you ever stay at the Novotel Hotel at Brisbane?
No, sir. I never stayed in an hotel in Brisbane, except when my kids were when they were swimming for nationals at the Brisbane Aquatic Centre, which was on the southern side of Brisbane. It wasn't in Brisbane. I can't remember the name of the place. And we stayed there. Sometimes we stayed with the family of other swimmers, and sometimes we stayed in a motel next to the swimming pool. But it was on this side of the freeway. Can't remember the name. Can't remember the name of the place. But certainly never at the airport.
And returning, if I may, to early December of 1999, what was the general travel plan or itinerary you were going to undertake with Mrs. Oldenburg when you departed Australia?
Well, we went to Bali. We stayed there for, I think, 3 days. And from then we went along to England.
And before you left Australia, had you discussed with Mrs. Oldenburg the places you would travel to as part of this overseas
Well,
trip?
she knew as part of the. She knew as part. I bought. There were one-way tickets. Went with, and she knew we were going to stay in Bali because it was arranged, and we took the continuing flight in Bali where we stayed about 3 days.
My question was a little bit different, Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, right.
Before you left
Yes.
Brisbane, what was the general plan in terms of where you would go as part of your trip?
Well, she knew that we were going to Bali and that we were going to UK, obviously.
And where in the UK were you going to go with Mrs. Oldenburg on this trip?
Oh, we arrived, I believe, in Heathrow. And
Pausing there, I'm not asking what you actually did. I'm simply asking you, before you left, what was the plan as to where you might go on this trip? Do you understand?
Yes, yes. Well, she wanted to contact agents in France mainly. She arranged meetings at various places on the coast. And
which coast? French or English or somewhere else?
On the east coast of England. The last place we went to, I remember it very well because it was in Dill. And I remember it very well because the person that she was supposed to see in the years, was an old man, and the years before used to be an agent for dancer Nureyev. And we went to Dill because Nureyev was a homosexual, and he had a place in that town well before he died. He had a place in that town where his partner of the time was living.
Thank you. Now, returning back to my question.
Yes.
Where else had you discussed perhaps travelling to on this overseas trip before you departed? You've mentioned France. You've mentioned the UK. Were there any other countries you were going to visit as part of this trip?
No, I wasn't going to visit France. I went to France myself. I wasn't going to visit France. She rang the various agents in France that we found out, but never one turned up.
Right. Now, doing the best you can today,
yes.
Before you left Brisbane Airport on the 2nd of December 1999, what specific towns or cities did you intend on travelling to?
Well, just there on the east coast of what's there? Kent, probably. Yeah.
Can you remember any towns or villages or cities that you intended on visiting on this trip with Mrs. Oldenburg?
I didn't intend. We went there when we went where she made appointments to see an agent, and she made appointments. We were there for anyway, we were there for some times, and
Mr.
like I said,
Bloom, I'm just asking about your intentions, not what you actually did. Do you understand?
Yes, all right. We went.
No. Where were you intending to go before you left Australia? Can you remember today any towns, villages, cities that you had discussed the prospect or possibility of visiting with Janet Oldenburg on this trip?
We went to Harwich on the way back from Amsterdam. We went to... We
were at cross purposes, Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
Do you have a memory today as to where you were going to go before you left Australia?
No, we went to Dover, and
Mr. Bloom, do you understand the question that's
Yes.
been asked?
Before
Before you left,
I left,
where were you going to go?
no,
Do you have a plan?
no, we didn't have a plan.
None at all.
None of no. We only went according to the telephone calls arrangements that she made with people in France, which were agents. I mean, agents for spectacle and shows, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Bloom, did Mrs. Oldenburg, to your knowledge, in fact, go to France to meet with any agents in France?
No.
Can I ask you this, Mr. Bloom? Were you aware as to whether or not Mrs. Oldenburg reached out to any agents here in Australia to...
I wouldn't have a clue. No, I don't know. I know that she was performing in and around Lismore with a group. I knew that. I never saw her there. But...
Mr. Bloom, Ms. Oldenburg says nothing at all about travelling with you overseas in December of 1999 to explore the prospect of belly dancing on stage in either England or France.
What other purpose would have been for her to come with me?
Well, her evidence, as you know, because you have read it, was that you were to attend a coin auction or coin fair, and that you were to look around because you were planning on settling in Europe somewhere.
At that time, sir, there was no coin fair in London. As you know, it was around Christmas, like you reminded me yesterday.
Oh, yeah, well, you left on the 2nd of December,
Yes,
1990.
that's right. So there was no coin show or coin auction at the time.
She alleges, as you know, that the catalyst for the trip was to attend a coin auction in London
As you said,
as part of the proposal
Yes.
of you and her going into partnership.
no. There was never any partnership. Please.
Did you, as part of the planning for your overseas trip with Mrs. Oldenburg, suggest to her that she take with her title deeds to her property that she owned solely in Woodburn?
She might have taken them with her, but I didn't propose to her to take them.
Did you suggest to her, as part of the planning of your trip in December of 1999 with Mrs. Oldenburg, that she take with her her birth certificate?
No, don't
No?
remember that.
Her Australian citizenship certificate?
No.
The powers of attorney that you each executed at the Lismore local courthouse?
She probably took them with her. I don't know. I know she took some papers. She had papers with, in her luggage, but I didn't propose to her to take this or that. No.
You didn't suggest to her that she should take other identification documents such as a marriage certificate?
No. She might have, but I didn't propose it to her.
Mrs. Oldenburg says that you suggested that she take with her those documents because you were planning to settle in Europe.
No, sir, I wasn't planning to settle in Europe.
She says that, Mr. Bloom, you wanted to put the house that you were to acquire in Europe in her name.
I never said such a thing. Oh, God. I've read it, sir, so...
And do you recall her saying to you, why not both have the house in both names?
No, sir, I never had intention. If I would have bought a place in Europe, it would have been there, my family. And I had the occasion later, last time I went to Europe, and I didn't. Because my life was with my wife and kids in Australia. Why?
Were you inventing an extraordinary story to woo her as part of some personal or financial benefit you perceived you might benefit from?
No, sir. It's like the thousand of acres of red cedar. Oh, God.
I take it you simply assert that she's just made that up.
I do think so. If it's she made about 4 or 5 statements to the police that I've read on different volumes, and
I suggest to you they're all consistent, Mr. Bloom.
consistent with what?
Each account that Mrs. Oldenburg, has given to the police are consistent.
Maybe in her consistent in what she said, but not consistent with
with your reality.
That's right. Yeah.
Did you agree to keep the various documents I've just listed to you in a bag whilst you travelled overseas with Mrs. Oldenburg?
I've read it. I didn't have a bag. I had a suitcase, a small suitcase like always, and that's all I had.
You didn't have a small bag with the initials RLW embossed
Pure
on
invention.
the bag?
No.
You were you not at that time known occasionally as Richard Lloyd
You understand
Westbury,
that? I read it. That's
RLW?
pure invention. I never had a bag with RLW. All I had was a silver little case, which was about, because when I travel minimal. I travel with change of clothes and a few bits and pieces, toilets, and a spare pair of shoes. And that's about all I carry. I always traveled light. I couldn't travel, and I rolled. Whatever I took in my suitcase, I rolled my clothes, and that's how I traveled. I never traveled differently.
Mr. Bloom, you know that Mrs. Oldenburg states in her signed statement provided to police on the 13th of January 2000, shortly after your affair with her ended, that you placed her important documents, identification documents, in a soft tapestry grey-black patterned carry bag about 2 foot by 1.5 foot deep, with a solid base, a grey pattern colour with 2 handles that velcroed together.
I just said to you, sir, that I didn't have any bags. I carry a little silver suitcase, and that's it.
Did you, on this trip, take possession of Mrs. Oldenburg's important documents?
I didn't, sir.
And do you agree that those important documents that you took possession of included the title deeds to her home in Woodburn?
I didn't take possession of it, sir. I didn't take possession of any documents.
At any time?
At any time.
You simply say today that at no time whilst you were overseas with Janet Oldenburg in 1999 did you have on your person any of her documents such as title deeds, birth certificate,
No,
citizenship certificate, marriage certificate?
She had herself 2 or 3 suitcases, I can't remember. And that was it. And then all her possessions and whatever were in those suitcases of hers.
In Mrs. Oldenburg's sworn testimony before Her Honour, she was asked this question. When you left Rich, did she call you Rich?
Probably.
The question was, when you left Rich or Rick, did she call you Rick?
Probably.
In Dover and travelled to Manchester, did you or Rick have the important documents such as the title deeds, citizenship certificate, power of attorney, birth certificate with you, or was it with him? Mrs. Oldenburg answered on oath, it was with him. Question, he retained possession of all your important documents when you separated in Dover? Answer, yes.
No, sir. I never had possessions of her documents. And when I went to Dover, that's because the station, she made arrangements with her cousin or uncle, I can't remember, to go back there to get assistance to return to Australia. I remember exactly that I paid £210. That was a lot of my money. I paid £210
Or was it
for a
110,
train fare.
Mr. Bloom?
Sorry?
210 or 110?
Or 110, yeah.
Do I take it...
I paid the train fares for her to return to her family. And that was, I had myself to return to my family to raise more money because I was completely, I spent all I had in hotels and meals and rental car and 2 one-way tickets from Brisbane to London.
Returning to the passage of evidence I read out to you,
yes,
that Mrs. Oldenburg gave on oath before Her Honour,
yes,
recently, do you assert that that is pure fantasy on her part?
It's, I don't know if you call fantasy or lie, but it was, I didn't have any of the papers. I didn't.
You say another example of Mrs. Oldenburg being less than frank.
Left in?
Less than frank.
Yes, less than frank, yes.
When you departed Brisbane on this overseas trip with
yes,
Mrs. Oldenburg, did you suggest to her that she leave with you as part of safekeeping the keys to her house whilst you travelled abroad?
She didn't left the keys of her house. She didn't leave the keys of her house with me. No, sir.
Right.
I believe that she...
I'm just asking you whether you took possession of the keys to her house for safekeeping whilst you were travelling abroad with Mrs. Oldenburg, and you've answered no.
My answer is no.
Did you take from her $1,000 in cash for safekeeping whilst you travelled abroad?
I didn't take it. She took $1,000, I remember that. And she kept her $1,000 in her own wallet.
All right. And did you take any money yourself?
I had, as I said, I paid for 2 one-way tickets, and I had with me probably, certainly not exceeding the $2,000 allowance that you are allowed to take when you go overseas.
Did you tell Janet Oldenburg that you had $10,000 of cash?
I just said so. No, sir.
I'm asking you whether you told her.
No, sir.
Did you tell her that you had $10,000 of cash and travellers' cheques?
No, sir. I didn't have traveller's checks. Surely that can be verified.
You mentioned already that you stayed in Bali.
Yes.
And are you quite certain, Mr. Bloom, that your ticket was a one-way fare, not a return fare?
No, it was one way. That's why I had to go to get some money for my return.
Do you recall the airline that you flew with?
We flew with the Bali
Garuda.
Garuda, yes.
And you say today that your fare was not a return airfare.
Oh, it might have been. I can't exactly remember.
Do you remember today what airline you returned on?
I returned with...
Could it have been Garuda, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, it could be, yeah. What?
And if it was Garuda, would that suggest to you that perhaps you went out on a return airfare?
Yeah, I can't remember if I returned with Garuda. As you're suggesting, if I did return with Garuda, yeah, maybe I had a return ticket. But I...
Would you like to see your travel movements?
No, not really, no.
I'm happy to show you, Mr.
No, it's fine.
Bloom. If you have any residual doubts,
Yeah.
I can allay your fears and I can show you your travel movements. Pardon me, and I'll turn that up for you.
Yeah, but it's not important anyway. What's the importance of it?
Outgoing passenger card. I think it's page 264.
Could the witness be provided with volume 9, part 2? Page 2758. Thank you, officer. Do you have, Mr. Bloom, in red ink in the bottom right-hand corner, the number 2758?
Yes?
If you move from the bottom of the page 7 lines from the bottom, do you come to a flight vessel number
713.
No, GA713, yes?
Yes.
2 December 1999.
Yes.
Departing Eagle Farm, that's Brisbane. Do you accept that?
Yes.
At 1450 hours,
Yes.
2:50 p.m. And do you see that you returned, that is arrival, back into Eagle Farm or Brisbane on the 18th of December, a week before Christmas, 1999 on GA712? See that? Do you see that, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, GS712.
Right. Now, do you accept today that GA is the code for Garuda Airlines?
That's right, yes.
And does it suggest to you also that it appears likely that you had a return airfare on this occasion?
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Or do you remember flying back to Brisbane Airport
That's
via
right.
Indonesia?
With Indonesian airline, yes.
And did you depart from Brussels?
I depart from
Or Heathrow? Where did you depart when you returned that year just before Christmas 1990?
no, I depart from Amsterdam.
And from Amsterdam, where did the flight take you?
To Brisbane.
Direct? Or was there
I stopover in Bali.
It went via Bali again?
I think it stopped in Bali, yes. But I didn't go out. It was just a.
And
Sorry.
thank you. You can put that to one side. Was there a reason why you only bought a one-way air ticket for Janet Oldenburg?
Because she intended, as I said before, to perform in Europe, and I had, or she didn't have any idea when she'll be returning.
Now, you've read Mrs. Oldenburg's statement, haven't you?
Yes.
And she tells a very different story to what you've just said.
Yes.
She says, as you know, that you left her in England to go to continental Europe for some meetings, and then told her that she'll needed to make her own way home because you'd been attacked. In summary form, do you accept that's what she says in her statement?
I was attacked, yes. I told her when we were at the airport, left luggage at the time, on the way to the left luggage, I told her what happened to me there at the airport before. It was some years before, and she probably took on that story like she told. But I never was attacked when I was with Mrs. Oldenburg. That happened before. That happened before when the first GL flight that I came back to Australia. I was in hospital in Amsterdam.
What year are we talking about, Mr. Bloom?
In the 70s, I suppose.
All right. Is that when you say that you were attacked and robbed?
Yes.
Amsterdam Airport.
The very first JL flight. That's how I met that person in the jail office that I talked about yesterday, and he gave me first-class ticket to come back because what happened to me.
And have you only ever been attacked once?
No, I've been attacked 3 times
In
my life.
recounted the first time in the 70s.
Yes.
Now, you're sure it's the 70s because you've mentioned Japan Airlines, and they came. You came to get your discounted airfares.
Yes.
In the early 1990s, not the 70s.
Or maybe not the same one.
Are you making this up as you go along, Mr. Bloom?
No, I tell as I can remember.
All right.
But it is, like I said to you, it was when I took the first GL flight that I was injured and ended up in Amsterdam hospital.
Right, and the second attack, when did that happen and where?
I was attacked outside the north.
Outside where, I'm sorry?
Attacked outside the north.
And where's that?
The north, Gare du Nord, the North Station in Paris.
In Paris. And what year?
Can't recall the year.
And you mentioned a third.
And the third one was in the in the car park at
Pacific Fair,
Pacific.
Mr. Bloom?
Yes,
3rd of April 2012, does that assist?
correct. Yes.
We'll come to that.
Okay.
Now, you've given evidence as to your understanding of Janet Oldenburg's movements when you got to the United Kingdom.
Yes.
Why did you even go to Europe with her if you were going to separate in any event?
Because she wanted, as I said before, it was the dream of her life to go on the stage like previous women. She gave me the name, can't remember.
Mr. Bloom, what I'm trying to understand is you've gone a very long way with Mrs. Oldenburg shortly thereafter say goodbye. Why wouldn't you have just had a nice time in Bali and said goodbye then and you returned to Australia from Bali?
We had 3 days in Bali.
Why didn't you just stay a little longer in Bali and avoid the long, arduous trip to Europe?
Yes.
Only to have a very short period of time with Mrs. Oldenburg before you separated.
Yes, because as I said before, she wanted to perform, and I don't think she made any contact in Bali. I don't think she would, perform in Bali. So she went to have contact. I don't know if she took contacts before she left or not. But from what I recall, she made contacts from England to Paris. She contacted various agents that she found or knew about, I don't know. And that was it. She made appointments. We went to various places on the coast in Kent, like I said before. where she was supposed to meet with those people. No one ever turned up except the last one in Dill.
Can I return to my question?
Yes, sir.
Why travel at all to the United Kingdom with Mrs. Oldenburg when you weren't ever going to spend much time with her?
Well, I thought that within the time that we'd be there, that she would have found someone who would give her a contract. And you know, I don't want to be rude about the performance, and I don't want to go to all of that, but I think that that was her aim, and she didn't succeed. I ran out of money, and I put her back on the train.
And that was at Dover?
Sorry?
That was at Dover?
That was in Dover, yes. I returned the...
Right, I'll come to that shortly, Mr. Bloom. Do you accept that your relationship with Mrs. Oldenburg was a sexual relationship?
At the time, yes.
And in circumstances where you were married with children, what was your intentions or plan in relation to Mrs. Oldenburg?
I didn't have any intention of playing. I was just giving. I saw her perform in her own home,
Mr.
in the
Bloom,
veranda in Lismore.
please focus on my question.
Yes,
What were your intentions
my intention
with Mrs. Oldenburg in circumstances where at the time you had concealed from her your marriage and your children? What were your intentions with Mrs. Oldenburg?
I didn't cancel anything, and my intention was to help her because she'd like to find an agent. She'd like to go to France because previously, in before and during and after the war years, there was a dancer which came from a foreign country.
Could you please direct your attention to my
That's right.
question?
So she wanted to do the same.
Well, were you contemplating leaving your wife
No, sir.
to make up with Mrs. Oldenburg?
No, sir.
Just checking that everything's okay with the link.
We have lost Ms. Burke.
Ms. Burke, can you hear us? Oh, there you are. Can you hear us?
I can now, Your Honour. It fell out. I don't know why.
Okay, well, it seems to be okay now. Thank you.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Bloom, that you had no intentions to form a permanent relationship with Mrs. Oldenburg?
Certainly not.
And I want to suggest to you that she had no idea that you did not wish to form a permanent relationship with her.
Probably not. I don't know.
And was that perhaps a reason why you decided to leave her in Dover and go your own way to Europe and elsewhere?
I left her in Dover because I ran out of money. I would have stayed probably longer for her to find that agent that she was looking for. But I couldn't continue. So I bought her the train ticket, like I said before, and she went to her family to get help to come back to Australia, obviously. And I went back to return the rented car that I have. And then went back to Amsterdam and back to my family.
And I want to suggest to you that the reason you went back to Amsterdam was because you had a return airfare to Brisbane. with Garuda Airlines?
No, I went back to Amsterdam because I left my suitcase in the left luggage in Amsterdam.
And took a Garuda Airlines flight back to Brisbane, correct?
Not that, no, I went to see my family first.
Which family are you referring to?
My family in Belgium.
Do you accept, Mr. Bloom, you misled Janet Oldenburg as to your true intentions of your relationship with her?
I didn't mislead. I never had. I never promised her anything. So I didn't mislead her.
You didn't tell her you were married? You didn't tell her where you lived?
I'm sure she knew I was married.
You didn't tell her your phone number? You didn't tell her that you had children? Do you accept all those propositions, Mr. Bloom?
I accept. I'm pretty sure she knew I was married. I didn't know. I don't know if she knew I had kids. And I never told her that I was going to leave her in the circumstance I did. That's all.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that you wooed Janet Oldenburg and persuaded her to the idea of starting a fresh life with you in Europe.
I already said no, sir.
And that she fell in love with you and trusted you, and you took advantage of those feelings she had for you.
Cool. No, sir.
Was there a reason why you bought Mrs. Oldenburg a one-way ticket, Mr. Bloom?
I told you before, I bought a one-way ticket because she intended to stay and perform.
But you never saw her perform?
Yes, I saw her.
In the United Kingdom?
Yes, she did, wherever we stayed.
And you're quite certain of that?
Yes.
And where was it that you saw Janet Oldenburg perform dancing in the United Kingdom?
In wherever place we stayed.
Do you remember
Not for the public.
Pardon?
Excuse me?
What's the name of the place, the town?
Oh, certainly in Dover.
In Dover?
Yes, certainly in Dill, which is the last place we went to, and in other place that I can't remember. But she bewitched me every day, performing.
She bewitched you, did you say?
Excuse me?
Could you just repeat what you said?
She bewitched me with a naked belly dancing performance.
When you say she didn't perform for the public, are you saying she just performed for you?
Yes, that's right, Your Honour.
In your room?
In our room, yes. Same in Bali.
Mr. Bloom, do I understand your evidence that you did not see Janet Oldenburg perform on a stage in public in the United Kingdom?
No, I didn't.
Did you, as part of your travels with Janet Oldenburg, go to Hastings? You've mentioned Dover, you've mentioned Dill. Did you go to Hastings?
Maybe, maybe not. I can't recall.
What about Brighton? Did you get down to Brighton? Coast?
I went to Brighton with my in-laws, but...
And what about with Janet?
I don't think so, no.
And did you take Janet to Winchelsea?
No, I don't think so.
And what about Rye? Did you go to Rye with Janet?
No.
Strandgate? Do you remember travelling with Janet to Strandgate?
Strandgate. Where is Strandgate? No, I don't. I know we went to a few towns, but I can't remember the name. I'm sorry.
Was Tunbridge Wells one of them?
No, certainly not. I knew. I explained yesterday that I went to Tunbridge Wells with my daughter when she was in hospital.
It's a quaint place, is it not?
It's a what, sorry?
Quaint. Nice.
I don't know the town very well. Only went to the hospital. And I don't really know the town because the road, which is the actual road which goes from London to Brighton, which passes in Heathfield, which is the town the very next town to Burwash. That's where I took the road to Tunbridge Wells, and that the road access, there's a hospital access, and that's where I went. But I never spent any length of time in the town.
And that was not this trip, but on earlier occasions?
That's right. That's when I went with...
Did you take Janet to Burwash, where you'd lived?
No, sir.
Didn't wish to show a part of the United Kingdom that you knew reasonably well from your time there with Diane and the children in the 1980s?
No, sir.
Did you take her to the cathedral at Winchester?
No, sir, I don't think so, no.
No. And Tonbridge? Did you go to Tonbridge?
No, sir.
All you can remember is Dover and Dill.
And Dill, yes.
And maybe Brighton, I think you said, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
You're on, I've been reminded of the time.
Take the morning adjournment and come back at 12 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Silence, please, stand. Someone's please stand. Passport is now resumed.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, could the witness be provided with volume 8, please? And Mr. Bloom, could you turn to tab 281. Tell me when you've located the document behind tab 281.
Yes.
And do you see that that's the electronic record of interview that you provided police on the 14th of September last year?
Just one moment. You've just got the USB in front of you. You actually want the transcript, I take it, Mr.
Yes. If you could turn to the next page. You see the cover. All right. Turn to page 2254. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. And if you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, right.
Could you help?
54?
2254.
2254.
Is page 2254 before you?
Thank you.
And do you see at the top of the page question 512 of your record of interview, which is in these terms, how did that relationship start? Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you go down, please, to question 514? You were asked in your record of interview, and how long did that relationship last? Answer, it last, can't exactly remember, but how long we went to England together. Question 515, for what purpose? That is, what was the purpose of going to England? And your answer was, just because she, being Janet, was going to visit her family or something like that. Question, and what can you tell me about that trip together? And you see the answer there, partway through that answer, and then she went to her family, etc. Do you accept, Mr. Bloom, that the purpose that you proffered in your record of interview as to why you were travelling to England with Janet Oldenburg was for her to visit her family and nothing to do with belly dancing? Yes or no?
No.
And this was the first time, was it not, that you were asked questions by police in relation to the purpose of your trip with Janet Oldenburg to England, and you make no mention in that record of interview, do you, Mr. Bloom, about belly dancing, agents, performances or the like, do you?
I didn't.
And that is, I want to suggest to you, because the purpose that you proffered on this occasion, on the 14th of September 2021, was one of simply visiting her family.
No, sir.
And Mr. Bloom, what was the purpose of you going to England with Janet Oldenburg?
To help her, because she said she wanted to contact agents in France.
You spent an awful lot of money, did you not, on this trip?
Not really. No.
Did you not say earlier today that you ran out of money?
Yes, I did. Also, forgot to mention that we stayed in Harwich as well.
And in circumstances where you had no intention of forming a long-term or permanent relationship with Janet Oldenburg, Why did you spend all this money helping her in circumstances where you had no intention of forming a long-lasting relationship with her?
Because I had that money and because she didn't have any. She wanted to pursue a career and she didn't have, she had $1,000, but she didn't have any money.
Could you not have simply provided the funds to her and she travelled on her own,
Well,
thus saving you some money?
I said before, I'll use the same word, I was bewitched by her. I'm sorry.
You could have been bewitched by staying in Australia, could you not?
No, she wanted to go to France.
But you didn't go to France.
No, but she wanted to contact agents so she could go and perform it.
And you deny, I take it, that going to England with Janet Oldenburg had nothing to do with you proposing that you start a fresh life together?
No, sir. And at the time, I didn't ever know that she had family in England. It's only at the end, when I ran out of money, that she said to me that she could get help from a cousin or uncle, anyway.
Now, after your time in Bali, did you travel to Amsterdam?
I travelled to Amsterdam, yes.
And what was the purpose of going to Amsterdam in circumstances where you're always going to go to England?
Because I wanted to leave my luggage I didn't want to carry my luggage.
I thought you said earlier in evidence to Her Honour this morning that you travelled light.
That's right.
Why
but
did
even
you
light, it's difficult for me to... Anyway.
Can we return, please, to my question, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to Heathrow or Gatwick? Why did you go to Amsterdam?
Because that's where the airline went.
And
because from having stayed in Bali, the plane from Bali went straight to Amsterdam.
was it always your intention, Mr. Bloom, on this trip to visit your family in Belgium?
Yes.
And is that why you were happy to go via Amsterdam? Because it made life a little easier for you to see your family?
Maybe. I can't recall. But I certainly did go.
And what was left at the left luggage security section at the airport in Amsterdam?
I left my suitcase, and I read it in that she left the suitcase, but I can't be 100%. I can't recall.
And was yours a large grey hard plastic suitcase?
No, my suitcase, as I told you before, it's an aluminium one. It's silvery. I still have it.
And you don't know what Janet left?
No, I don't.
At the left luggage security section at the Amsterdam airport? Was the intention that the two of you return to Amsterdam?
Well, obviously, if she did succeed in doing what she was hoping, we would have returned to France. And we most probably would have come back with a ferry.
If, as you say, Janet's desire was to dance in France,
Yes.
why didn't you go to France after you arrived at Amsterdam? Why did you go to the United Kingdom?
Because we went to, we caught the ferry and went to Harwich.
Mr. Bloom, can I
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
redirect you back to my question?
Yes.
Why did you not go to France, which was, as you've said more than once today, Janet's intention to dance in France? Why didn't you go from Amsterdam in the Netherlands to France?
I don't know. Can't recall.
Is that because you're making this up, this story?
Certainly not. Certainly not.
And why did you take the ferry to the UK and not fly to Heathrow or Gatwick?
Because it was probably because it was cheaper than an airfare.
Or more convenient for you?
For what?
For you to return to Europe
From
from the United Kingdom?
yes. Yes.
Can I just ask a question? I'm just a bit confused, Mr. Bloom, with your evidence. You're saying that you left the silver
Yes.
bag in Amsterdam
Yes.
in the luggage.
Yes.
What did you use to put your clothes in for the rest of the trip?
To put your clothes in.
Well, what did you have your belongings in when you left on the ferry? What did you take with you?
Only only took the minimum. That's what I.
Yes, what was it in? Whatever.
Yeah,
you
no,
took.
just what I was wearing.
So you literally only had the clothes on your back.
Yes.
Where'd you have your toothbrush?
Yeah. Yes. I had a little toiletry bag, and I bought a pair of jeans and a couple of tops in England.
And where did you put your underwear, for example, and your toilet bag when you left Amsterdam?
When I left Amsterdam, I took it with me. I just carried it with me.
Carried your underpants in your hand,
No, in my toilet bag.
in your toilet bag.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Bloom, it rather suggests, does it not, that you weren't intending to stay very long at all in England, given how light you were travelling? You accept that proposition?
I stayed. I think I stayed 10 days or whatever it was. Yes.
When Janet Oldenburg gave her...
I've always travelled all my life.
When Janet Oldenburg gave her evidence before Her Honour,
Yes.
she was asked these questions. Page 175, Your Honour, transcript day 4. Question. Prior to leaving Australia on 2 December 1999, had you made any plans to spend any time with family members in the United Kingdom? Answer what he, question, no. Himself, no. You, Mrs. Oldenburg, me, no, I hadn't, no. had this decision by Rick that you should spend some time with your cousin in Manchester come to you like a bolt out of the blue? Yes, it did. Question: I take it then this was the first time it was suggested that you and Rick separate and for you to travel to Manchester to spend time with your cousin? Yes. Mr. Bloom, Janet Oldenburg on oath has given a rather different account as to what occurred or what was going to occur on your travels with her in December of 1999. What do you say in response to her sworn testimony before Her Honour 2 weeks ago?
Well, I can only tell you what happened, and I can suggest what Mrs. Oldenburg was going to say.
Could you offer a reason as to why she might make it up?
Of course, and I never offer a business.
I missed that, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I never offered a business.
You never offered
A business,
a business.
yes.
And if we return to my question, can you proffer any reason as to why Mrs. Oldenburg would make up the evidence I just read out to you?
Yes, I don't know. How would I know?
Perhaps because it's true,
Oh, no.
Mr. Bloom.
Yes. Yes,
You took the ferry, as you've said, from the Netherlands to Horwich in England.
that's right.
Did you stay overnight
Yes.
there? And the following day, I want to suggest to you, the following day was the 9th of December, Thursday the 9th of December, as recorded in Mrs. Oldenburg's statement of the 13th of January 2000. Did you take a train to Colchester town?
Could be. That's probably where I rented a car. Can't remember.
Mrs. Oldenburg says that you hired a vehicle from Colchester town.
Yeah, could be.
And that you hired it for a week. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes, but if I stayed longer than a week, I probably rang them to extend it, because I remember depositing her at the Harwich, at the railway station in Dover, driving her there.
And as part of the trip through the United Kingdom with Janet, were you responsible for organising everything?
We just travel, and like I say, we went to those towns.
And did you make the decision as to where you would go and what you would do and where you would stay in that week or so that you were with Janet
we just
in the United Kingdom?
We just called at pubs and didn't make pre. Didn't make we didn't make any decision in advance.
Mrs. Oldenburg, in her evidence, says that you organised everything, Mr. Bloom.
I rented the car,
The flights, the accommodation.
the accommodation. We just, as I say, we just stayed in pubs. I mean, hotels in England, pubs, and we just stayed as we went.
And Mr. Bloom, did you organise everything for those 7 or so days you were with Janet in England?
No. No, we just went on. It was just random.
But were you making the decisions, the random decisions, as
No.
you weaved your way through the English countryside?
We just stopped, at some time and would stop to have a meal.
Sorry, please, I didn't wish to cut you off.
Sorry, we'd stop to have a meal, and then, generally speaking, we'd stay there where we had a meal.
And did you meet up with any friends or acquaintances of yours in this time in England with Janet?
No.
Do you accept you drove to Sussex?
To?
Sussex, in England. On the way to Dover.
On the way to Dover, it's Kent. As far as
Mrs. Oldenburg has given evidence that you travelled through Sussex and not in Dover. Yes, you've said you don't remember. Which route did you take? Do you remember?
The cost route, the I think it's the A20.
From Colchester town. You sound rather familiar with some of the major arterial roads in that part of England.
Yeah.
Is that part of England familiar to you, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
And that area around Tunbridge Wells is also known to you in terms of the major roads?
Yeah, the major road is the one which, as I said, comes from Brighton to London.
In your record of interview, Mr. Bloom, police investigators asked you whether you went to Tunbridge Wells.
I did.
And you said you did not recall.
That's right.
But today, when I asked you whether you went to Tunbridge, I withdraw that. I'll come back to that. Check the difference. Tunbridge or Tunbridge Wells? Tunbridge Wells. Yeah, you went there. Now, when you got to Dover,
yes,
did you decide, that is you decide, when you were in Dover, that Janet should spend some time with her cousin in Manchester?
I didn't suggest anything. We stayed in Dover a few days. Most of us stayed in the UK. We stayed in Dover, and I never suggested that she went to see her cousins.
In her statement, you've heard what she said in her oral testimony, which I've read to you a moment ago, but in her statement, which she gave very shortly after your affair ended with her, she said this, at paragraph 29, Rick decided that I should spend some time with my cousin in Manchester. He said, I'll go over to Brussels and France and do my business for a few days. She presumes you were referring to coin dealing. Did you say that to Janet Oldenburg whilst you were in Dover?
I didn't go to Brussels for coin.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Bloom. I asked you whether you said to Janet Oldenburg, whilst you're in Dover, I'll go over to Brussels and France and do my business for a few days. Did you say that to Janet Oldenburg?
No, sir.
And she says that you said this on a specific date, the 11th of December 1999? Did not say that to her?
I don't even recall saying on the 11th, one thing. And I don't recall suggesting that she went to her family. She only went to her family on the last day. We stayed there. That's all.
Now, did you have friends or family in 1999 in Brussels?
In Brussels, in 1999. I may have had friends or family residing in Brussels in 1999, but I didn't visit anyone in Brussels in 1999.
And in late 1999, did you have any friends or family or acquaintances living in France?
At the end of 1999? Yes, I have family who's been living in France since the year dot.
And
I have a cousin who married with a French man, and yes, I have.
And in late 1999, the family that you've referred to who have lived in France for some time, did they live in the north of France, near the Belgian border?
They live in the yes, some live in the north of France, some live in Pas-de-Calais, some lived in other departments anywhere. I can't exactly remember.
And those family members who lived in the northern part of France in late 1999, did they live in Lille, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, I may have cousins living in Lille, but I never went to their places. I may.
Any old acquaintances?
Old acquaintances living I have some here they live in some of them in the suburbia of Lille, yeah, but not in Lille.
But near to Lille? Near to Lille?
Yeah.
L-I-L-L for the benefit of
Yes.
transcript. And that area in and around Lille in late 1999 was well known to you, wasn't it, Mr.
It
Bloom?
was, yes.
You'd spent quite a bit of time in Lille in the past?
Yes.
Had you not?
Yes.
You'd been arrested there, had you not? In the 70s? Would you like me to show you the records?
No. I can't recall, but see if it's on the record. I'll accept it.
I don't want you to be under any misapprehension, Mr. Bloom. Could the witness be shown volume 9, part 1? And if the officer could please turn to page 2404. Thank you, Officer. Now, Mr. Bloom, this is a document I've taken you to previously. You recall seeing this document?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing it in the material that's been provided to you before you commenced your evidence?
Yes. No, I wasn't arrested in Lille.
Do you see on the 16th of November?
Yes. But I wasn't
1972,
No.
records an offence of concealment, frauds, false imprisonment,
Yes.
and the jurisdiction was Lille.
Yes, but I wasn't arrested in Lille. I've never been arrested in Lille.
Were you brought before the court in Lille?
No, sir. It was a sentence without a hearing.
What's your explanation for the jurisdiction referring to Lille, France,
Yes.
for offences of concealment, frauds, false impersonation, and also fraud on the 23rd of January 1973?
Yes, all those were judgment take. Well, I'm not going to.
I wonder if was Mr. Bloom in custody at the time?
Pardon me a moment.
Yes, from 71 I was in custody. Yes.
But were the offences for which you were sentenced for offences that you had committed in or about the area near Lille?
Yes, but I was in Rouen in
And
custody.
Lille is relatively close to your birth town, Tournai, isn't
That's
it?
right. Yes, it's all just on the other side of the border.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bloom. You can put that to one side. According to Janet Oldenburg, Mr. Bloom, shortly after you've said to her, I'll go over to Brussels and France and do my business for a few days, you made a phone call. Do you recall making a phone call in Dover?
Don't recall.
She says that following the phone call, you came back to her. She was in the car in Dover, and you said to her, I've got to get the car back. Does that ring any bells today?
No, that can be verified, I'm sure. I returned the car back the day. I mean, I dropped her at
The railway station?
the railway station, yes, and then returned the car. And I'm pretty sure that I returned because the hiring car, it's you take it and you drop it anywhere in the same agency. And I'm pretty sure that I dropped the car in after the railway station. I dropped the car in that town
And was it at that point that you and Janet separated?
That's right.
And was it your understanding at that moment in time that she was to take the train to Manchester?
I bought the ticket, yes, sir.
And was to stay with her cousin in Manchester?
Yes, her cousin or her uncle, I can't remember what she said.
And did she provide to you her cousin's phone number
Yes,
in Manchester?
I agree.
And,
That's how I found out that when she returned.
and did you provide to her any details as to where you could be contacted should she wish to seek you out?
No, because I was moving around in Tournai, and I went to visit, families like in Nat and other town around that circumscription.
You did not give to her any family member's name or telephone number or address in Tournai or
No, I
near to
didn't.
Tournai where you were
No, I
moving around?
No, I didn't.
And was that because you didn't particularly want her contacting you because you were a married man with a wife and children at home?
No, sir. I'm pretty sure she knew I was married. I repeat it. And there was no apparent reason why I didn't leave her. I don't even know if I had a phone with me. I can't recall it.
And when you said goodbye to Janet at the Dover railway station, what was the plan that you and her had agreed upon?
Well, she was going, as I said, she was going to her uncle or cousin to help her coming back home. And I told her that I was going to see my family. And I stayed with my family for a few days until I rang her cousins or uncle and found out which day she was leaving England to return.
Do I understand?
Pardon me.
Do I understand correctly that you did tell Janet that you were going to see family? Did you tell Janet that before
Yes.
you left?
Yes, yes.
And did you tell her where you would be seeing family members?
Not really, no.
Did you mention to her Belgium?
To Belgium I did, yes.
Did you mention to her Lille?
No.
And did you, at any time after you said goodbye to Janet at Dover, undertake any coin-related work?
I didn't know, sir. That period of time, everything is shut. All the, what you call that, all the...
Mr. Bloom, you just said you went to stay. You stayed with your family after you left
Yes,
Ms. Oldenburg at the railway station.
yes, after that.
Who did you go to first to stay with?
First I went to see the accountant.
No, who did you stay with that night?
That night, I would have stayed.
Not would have. Do you remember?
Not exactly, no.
All right. Who did you stay with
I
the most?
stayed the most with a cousin of mine.
Name, please.
Or I would have stayed with
If you don't remember, just
No, but
remember.
I would maybe with my brother who lived in at the time was living in
Okay.
no,
You don't remember.
he was living in
Just say you don't remember.
no, it's next because I went in orphanage in the village. He lived in Florabella.
Florabella.
Yes.
Is that Freddie David or
No.
your other brother?
Young brother.
Desiree.
He lived in Florabella. It's Flobecq.
And did you, Mr. Bloom, a short time after leaving Janet at the railway station, perhaps 2 days later, ring her cousin and speak with Janet?
I rang a cousin, but I didn't speak with Janet. No. I spoke with a male person, and I asked him what date was Janet due to, that's all I asked, due to return to Australia. And he gave me the date.
I'll come back to that shortly,
Yes.
but did withdraw that. Janet says that on Monday, the 13th of December,
Yes?
early in the day, quite a specific date, you will see, Monday the 13th of December,
Yes.
that you said to her, I couldn't get the car back, I'm still in England, I'll get the night ferry over to Amsterdam, I'll catch a train to Brussels to see the fellow and then to France to see the other fellow. I'll ring you on Wednesday night. Now, does that accord with what happened?
That's not correct.
Did you spend 2 days in England after you said goodbye to Janet?
2 days in England too.
After you
Yes,
left Janet at the Dover railway station on the 11th of December, did you spend 2 more days in England?
No, I returned the car, took the train or the bus, can't remember because I had bus, to Harwich and caught the first ferry to Hoek van Holland.
Right. And you sure you took the night ferry to Amsterdam?
I don't know if I don't know what time I arrived.
Did you, after leaving Janet, go directly to Amsterdam, or did you go somewhere else?
Oh, I didn't go anywhere else, no. Or else, I can't recall, but
I just wanted to understand where you went.
yes, I understand.
After you left Janet,
I went to Harwich.
pardon?
I went to Harwich. I mean, I went to return the car in.
Horwich,
No, I returned the car in. Because
Colchester Town?
Sorry?
Colchester Town?
No, I didn't have. I didn't have enough money to do that. I left the car in Dover.
Right. And where did you go from Dover?
From Dover, I went by bus or by train, I can't remember which, to Harwich. And I took either there's only a night ferry and a day ferry, and I took one of them, probably the night ferry, I can't remember.
To Amsterdam?
To Hoek van Holland.
And that's in the Netherlands?
That's the port in the Netherlands, yes.
And from that location, where did you go next?
From that location, I took a train to Amsterdam.
Right.
When the ferry arrives, he arrives at the port. There is a railway station, and you have a communication train from the people disembarking of the ferry going to Amsterdam.
And from Amsterdam, where did you go next?
From Amsterdam, I went to recuperate my luggage, and then
Where's that? What country?
at Amsterdam airport.
Right.
And then, because it stayed there for a few days, I remember that because it's a money, anyway, when you put your luggage in, I put the maximum of coins that I could for X days.
Mr. Bloom,
And-
my question was
Yes, my
simply,
return.
where did you go after Amsterdam?
After Amsterdam, I went back to Brussels.
And how did you get to Brussels? By train,
By
was it?
train.
And how long did you stay in Brussels?
I stayed in Brussels until I had to until I had a train to Tournai.
And then you went from Brussels to Tournai.
That's right.
And how long did you stay in Tournai?
I stayed in
Belgium?
Tournai until I found out what date roughly Mrs. Oldenburg was returning to Australia.
And from Tournai, did you go anywhere else?
I was, as I said, I went in Florabella, most probably, and I'm pretty sure I did. And I probably went to visit. I wanted my accountant first, and I probably went to visit someone else. I don't know, can't remember, can't recall.
And did you go to Lille?
On my return, no.
When you were in Tournai,
Yes,
this is December
Yes,
of
I'm saying-
1999.
yes, no.
Did you go down to Lille from
No.
Tournai?
No.
You deny going to Lille on that trip, do you?
On that trip, I didn't go to Lille, no.
You're quite certain of that?
I'm pretty certain of that.
Say pretty certain.
Well, I can't say it 100% if I did or did not, but I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Right now, Mrs. Oldenburg, in her statement,
Yes,
says that she next heard from you on the 16th of December, which was a Thursday, when you rang her cousin at about 8:30 a.m. in the morning, and she said to you, "How are you? I've been worried about you." And she says that you responded, "I'm not very well, I'm afraid. I was robbed and bashed. About 6 guys that came at me with baseball bats. Everything's been stolen. I've got 2 broken ribs. I'm in hospital."
yes.
Did you say that?
No, I said that to her when I first arrived in Amsterdam in the luggage in the luggage department. I told her then the story.
That was a lie, was it?
But
Did you tell her a lie?
I told the story which happens before to me in Amsterdam, yes.
And what was that?
When I got aggressed and bashed in Amsterdam. I told her the story, yes, but it didn't happen when I returned on that trip. It happened before, or it happened after.
When do you say you told Janet Oldenburg of being assaulted at the airport in Amsterdam?
Yes.
When do you say you told her about that?
When I told her in her home I can't exactly remember, but I remember telling her the story about Amsterdam, and that's probably why she said that, because I wasn't victim of an aggression when I went with her. No.
But did you not say today that you've only ever been attacked or assaulted on 3 occasions?
On 3 occasions.
And the first was at the airport in Amsterdam?
That's right.
And that was in the 1970s?
Yeah.
Do I understand your evidence on that correctly?
It was when I first took the first Japan airline flight back to Australia.
That's in the early 1990s?
That's right.
The second one was in Paris?
The second aggression was in Paris, and the third one was on the Gold Coast.
Pacific Fair?
Pacific Fair.
In April of 2012?
Yes.
Now, you simply say, I did not tell Janet Oldenburg that I was robbed and bashed by about 6 guys that came at me with baseball bats. Everything's been stolen. I've got 2 broken ribs. I'm in hospital. That all occurred. I got 2 broken ribs, yes, and that all occurred. And I wanted, surely it can be verified. The hospital or the, it did happen when like you said, in 1992, when I first went with Japan Airlines, because I did return of that trip with Japan Airlines. Janet Oldenburg says that she asked you when she heard about the 2 broken ribs, I'm in hospital, that she said to you, where are you? And she states in her statement that you said, Lille.
No. When I had the 2 broken ribs, I was in Amsterdam. I wasn't in Lille. And when I rang Mrs. Oldenburg, I wasn't in Lille either.
Lille's a long way from Amsterdam, isn't it, Mr. Bloom?
It's about a bit more than an hour train.
And you say you never told Janet Oldenburg in December of 1999 that you'd been assaulted and were in hospital in Lille?
I did. I'm not going to perjure myself.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Bloom.
I said I'm not going to perjure myself for the sake of...
The sake of what?
For the sake of a fling.
The sake of a fling.
That's right.
Could the witness be provided with volume 8? Volume 8, page 2260. Mr. Bloom, you've been provided with a portion of your record of interview which you provided to police on the 14th of September last year.
Yes.
Top of the page, do you see question 576?
Yes.
It was put to you by investigators. On the 16th of December, Janet Oldenburg says that you called her at her cousin's place and told her that you had been robbed and bashed by men with baseball bats.
Yes.
Answer, that's right.
Yeah, but
You accepted.
I accept that I may have said that, but I was referring to what happened before. I wasn't referring that it happened then.
Mr. Bloom, please. It's in clear terms. On the 16th of December, Janet Oldenburg says that you called her at her cousin's place and told her that you had been robbed and bashed by men with baseball bats. You answered, that's right.
I said before to you that I didn't call her at that interview I was...
Mr. Bloom, would you like me to play the record of interview to you? Because I suggest to you that when you answered that's right, you gave a firm answer. Would you like the record of interview to be played to refresh your memory?
No, but I said maybe that's right in relation to what happened before, but I honestly didn't talk to... I swear I didn't talk to Janet Oldenburg that day. I talked to her uncle or cousin, and that was it. It was a male. And I never talked to Janet Oldenburg at a family residence. No, I didn't.
Which version is correct? The version that you've given in the record of interview, or the version you're giving today before her?
The version that I'm giving today, and I swear by it, and the version I gave because I was in the right state of man. Never finished the interview.
Were you, as you claim, not in the right state of mind when you gave that record of interview because you had just been confronted with material relating to Janet Oldenburg and you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Castleton. Could we just check if the link is still there with Ms. Burke? I think we've lost it.
You're on it after 1.
We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock.
Please stand. This court is now Violence, please all stand. Close courts now.
Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Honour. Mr Bloom, just before the luncheon adjournment, I took you to your record of interview at question 576. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in answer to my questions, you alleged that on the occasion that you provided the answers to which you gave at the record of interview, commencing from question 576, that you were being pushed. Do you recall giving that evidence?
But I was,
Being pushed.
well, yes, look,
I'm just asking you whether you recall giving that evidence.
yes,
Your Honour, I'd like to play that portion of the record of interview commencing at about question 576.
can I just say something?
Yes.
Yes. I was hit
Just
by
wait for a moment.
the
Yes.
hoof of a horse.
Just speak up loudly. Sorry, Mr.
Yeah, I was hit by the hoof of a horse in my head. And sometimes I try to answer as quickly as I can. But everything is like a frame in my head. And sometimes I don't want to perjure myself. But I feel that sometimes I don't quickly enough give the right answer.
Mr. Bloom, that is absolutely fine. You just take as much time as you need to take.
Okay.
So don't worry about that. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, like my stay, the last time I stayed when I came from back to Tournai from Amsterdam, I stayed with my cousin. His name is Jean-Pierre Coppenol, and he lives.
I'll just stop you there. We might come to that later if necessary, but at the moment we're just going to play some of your interview.
All right.
Because of what you've said about how you felt
Okay.
that you were pushed so hard. So we just want to have a look at that first, and then if we need to come back to that, we will. Thank you.
Mr Bloom, could you look at the screen, please?
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that
Yes.
screen? And do you accept that this is a screenshot of you
Being interviewed.
being
Yes.
interviewed on the 14th of September 2021
Yes.
at the Ballina Police Station?
Yes.
We'll have this portion of the interview played.
Amsterdam and then catch the train to Brussels and then on to France.
Yes, possible.
On the 16th of December, Janet Oldenburg says that you called her at her cousin's place and told her that you had been robbed and bashed by men with baseball bats
That's right.
and that everything had been stolen.
That's right.
Did that in fact happen?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
That was in the airport in Amsterdam. It's the police recorded. I was bashed and they robbed me of everything. And to that effect that I had a return ticket to come back with, I think it was with Japan Airlines. I had a return ticket to come back, and they put me on the plane because I didn't have any money, I didn't have anything left. I went to the hospital there for a couple of days, and then returned to Australia.
Janet's recollection is that you said you had 2 broken ribs
Yes, possible.
and that you were in hospital in Lille. Is that how you pronounce it?
Lille,
Yes?
yeah.
Yes? And you told her to find her own way back to Australia.
Yes.
Janet arrived.
Well,
Take it down.
as I mentioned, I returned with Japan Airlines.
Mr. Bloom, I think we've lost Ms. Burke.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Thank you. Mr. Bloom, do you still maintain that you were being pushed by police in that interview when you gave the answers you've just heard?
Well, I didn't say. Well, I didn't mean that I was pushed, but in my insight, that's how I felt. I mean, I could finish the interview that day, not because I was physically pushed, but it's in me. I can't explain.
And do you agree that when you were asked the question on the 16th of December, Janet Oldenburg says that you called her at her cousin's place and told her that you had been robbed and bashed by men with baseball bats?
Yes.
You answered firmly, that's right.
I didn't speak to her. I said it before.
Mr. Bloom,
I said,
please return to my question.
Yes.
Do you accept, when you answered that question about whether you'd been robbed and bashed by men with baseball bats, you answered firmly, that's right?
Yes, I did, but
And did you, when you were asked, and that everything had been stolen, that you also answered that question firmly, that's right?
yes,
And do you also accept that when you were asked, did that in fact happen, you answered firmly, yes?
yes,
So you accept that you told Janet Oldenburg that you were bashed and robbed and were in a hospital in Lille?
no, I accept I said that.
Thank
I didn't
you.
say that too. No. In the interview just now, I mentioned that the bashing happened, and I was returned with Japan Airlines. So
And Mr. Bloom, did you hear yourself a short time ago when you were asked, Janet's recollection is that you said you had 2 broken ribs?
yes,
You responded, yeah, it's possible, yeah. And then you were asked by the investigator, and that you were in hospital in Lille,
and
and you responded,
yes, I did.
yes.
But
And the final question was, and you told her to find her own way back to Australia, yeah. And that's what occurred, didn't it,
no,
Mr. Bloom, when you spoke to Janet, when she was at her cousin's place in Manchester in mid-December 1999?
I didn't talk to her, and as I put to you once again, I said that when I was bashed in Amsterdam, I went to hospital, and I was,
In 1993?
yes, I was taken back home by Japan Airlines, and I said that. So it means that I was mixed up, that's all.
Can I just interrupt just very briefly, Mr. Castleton? Before you move off this topic, there's an error, a spelling error in the transcript.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yes, I just thought I'd better draw that to your attention, given we're referring to Lille.
And that's why it was played, because the correct pronunciation was played. It's just a transcription error.
So, Mr. Bloom, you've just said that you were mixed up.
Okay,
That's what you
all
want to
right,
say?
okay.
That's what you said.
I was mixed up, yes.
Do I take it then, Mr. Bloom, that in December of 1999, you were not at any time hospitalised in Lille?
No,
And that you did not have 2 broken ribs
no.
sustained in an attack in Europe in December of 1999?
That, as you said, it was in 1992.
I want to suggest to you that you told Ms Oldenburg that you'd been bashed and were in a hospital in Lille to enable you to have an excuse as to why you were not returning to the United Kingdom to be reunited with her.
No, sir, I didn't speak to her.
And that you had, at this time, I suggest to you, devised a plan that you would return to Australia quickly and without her. Do you accept that?
No, I returned to Australia because the person I talked to told me the date that Mrs. Oldenburg was going to catch a plane back to Australia.
And you accept, do you not, that you told Janet Oldenburg to find her own way back to Australia?
Well, that's the reason why she went there, to get help to return to Australia.
Mr. Bloom, she'd been in Manchester for some many days before she heard from you about an attack and your hospitalisation in Lille.
I don't know how many days she was there. I didn't think she was that many days there.
From about the 9th of December to about the 16th or 17th of December?
No, can't.
In any event, do you accept that she had to find her own way back to Australia
Yes.
without you? Correct?
That's right.
And that she had to fund her own way back to
I
Australia?
didn't say that. She was going there for that.
Mr. Bloom, returning to my question, do you accept that she had to fund her own way back to Australia?
Yes.
You weren't going to accompany her?
No. No,
Why did you leave her high and dry in the United Kingdom when you were safe and well
I
in
said
Europe?
she said she would get help to return. I didn't left her high and dry. I paid for her trying to go, and she said she would get help to go home.
Mr. Bloom, you've accepted, have you not, that you were not hospitalised or bashed
That's right.
in December of 1999?
That's right.
Why did you not return to the United Kingdom to reunite yourself with Janet Oldenburg?
Because I didn't want to.
Had you decided when you left her in Dover that you would cut and run?
She didn't succeed in what she wanted to do. So I returned home.
Had you decided when you left Janet Oldenburg in Dover to cut and run?
I decided to cut, yes. Run
And return home
and return home.
as soon as possible?
I returned home when I found out which flight she was coming back home. And I didn't think.
Do you accept that you left her high and dry in the United Kingdom?
Not high and dry. She, as I said, she
had no money.
That's right.
She had to borrow money from family to return.
That's right.
Why weren't you honest with her when you left her in Dover?
Honest with what? About what?
With why you were leaving her?
I didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore.
Why didn't you just simply tell her that?
Just because I didn't.
So you invented a story, I want to suggest.
No, I didn't invent a story. I told you I didn't talk to her. I talked to a male member of a family to find out when she was returning, and that's it.
And if you'd made that decision in Dover, which I want to suggest to you was about the 9th of December 1999, that you wanted nothing else to do with Janet Oldenburg, why did you front up to her house on the 20th of December 1999?
I went to her place because I sort of worked hard. I came back home and...
Rather quickly, as I've suggested. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I came back and roughly found out worked out when she would be back home. And I turned at her place and she just effectively was dropped by a neighbour. And the reason why I went is it was to return the cylinder which I buried. That's all.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that when you last spoke to Janet or her cousin in the United Kingdom, that you did not know from that point in time when she would be returning to Australia. Do you accept that?
No, he told me that she was returning with I think it's what BA and gave me the flight, and from then on work out when she would arrive in Sydney.
Mr. Bloom, are you just now giving honest evidence?
Yes, I give, no.
Or are you inventing it having read Mrs. Oldenburg's statement?
No. I just give you an honest answer. Thank you.
Because as you know, Mrs. Oldenburg states in her statement that she was told by you to find her own way back to Australia. And at that time, she had not been able to organise any flights. And when she had organised any flights, she did not speak with you until she saw you next on the morning of the 20th of December, 1999. Do you accept that?
I accept that she didn't talk to me. She didn't talk to me at all. And I found the information from a male person of a family.
Well, I'm putting to you that is information that you have read in her statement and that you did not know when she was returning to Australia with any degree of certainty in late December 1999. Do you accept that? As I repeat, I found out when she was returning from a male member of a family.
And I think that he told me the flight, I think it was a BA flight, and the date she was returning. Now, and I don't think that She stayed there for all that time. No.
And you've read, have you not, Mrs. Oldenburg's statement,
Yes.
where she says around 11 a.m. that day, Monday morning, 20 December, I saw a man walking up the driveway to my house with a baseball cap on. When he got close, I noticed it was Rick. He had parked his car down the bottom of the hill. He looked exhausted. I was surprised to see him. I said, "Hello, darling. How are you? Do you want a drink of water?" I took him and gave him a drink. He told me he took 4 different planes back to Ballina. He didn't tell me which ones. I said, I saw that. He said, I took the bandages off my ribs. They were uncomfortable. And then she states, I didn't see any visible signs of injury to him. Did that occur?
That
Your
didn't.
account, Mr. Bloom?
That didn't. There were 2 persons there that day. That is a locksmith and another person which drove her back from the bus stop. And those persons were there, and I never walked into the house, and she never addressed me like that, never. And those people who were there possibly can witness that. I never went into the house.
And were you at Janet's place for about half an hour on that occasion?
Probably.
And could you remind me again why it was...
Also,
let me finish, please. Could you remind me, please, Mr. Bloom, why it was you had taken a drive from Ballina to Woodburn on that morning, the 20th
Yes.
of December?
yes.
Why? Were you going to...
To restitute because she didn't exactly know where I buried the cylinder. I wanted to restitute to her.
Well, pausing there, why was it any of your concern or business to be digging up the tube in the backyard at that point in time? You told Her Honour that there were no possessions of your own in the tube.
That's right.
Why were you intermeddling with possessions of Janet Oldenburg?
Because she didn't know where they were.
Are you saying that you were returning it?
That's right, yes. I returned from where I buried it. I dug them out, the cylinder out.
When?
That day, when I was there for half an hour. On a return. And I've never wear a baseball hat in my life. Never did.
Mr. Bloom, if Janet Oldenburg wasn't at home, was it your intention to dig up the tube in the backyard?
No, I knew she was home. I calculate roughly that she was home.
And
I could have gone the day before, and I gave a day space, and I went the next day because I wanted to be sure that she was there.
And you stayed for about half an hour, you say?
Yes.
It's a long drive from Ballina to Woodburn for half an hour. Do you accept that?
It's
About 40 minutes back then, I want to suggest to you.
that sort of, yes. And I only went, as I said to you before, to give back to dig that cylinder back and give it back to her because she didn't know where it was buried.
And you know that Mrs. Oldenburg says in her statement that the following day, that's Tuesday, the 21st of December, you returned to her residence and handed her house keys to her.
That's not true. How could she have gone? She left her keys with the person who drove her home.
Do you deny that you handed her house keys to her?
I didn't.
And do you deny that well, I withdraw that. You accept that you were not attacked in December of 1990?
That's right, I wasn't attacked.
You accept that you were not robbed?
Yes.
I take it then that you accept that any documents or possessions that you were keeping on behalf of Janet Oldenburg, you maintained those in your possession?
I never had the documents. I said it before.
Maintained today you had no documents?
I had no documents.
In your ERISP, you accept that you handed the house keys back to Janet?
Yeah, probably, but...
Well, do you want to... If you've got that, if you have the record of the interview before you, it's page 2261, question 587. Now, on the 21st of December, you hand Janet Oldenburg her house keys. Answer, yes.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Now, you maintain, do I understand today, that you never had any of her documents?
I maintain that.
Right.
And concerning that, I was mixed up.
And do you also maintain today that you never had in your possession her house keys whilst you were travelling abroad?
No. What would I do with a house key?
Did you tell Janet in mid-December, I withdraw that, did you tell Janet on the 21st of December, your second visit to her home, that the French police have got about 3 of the guys that robbed me? They sent back to me the keys to your house and the title deeds to the house by courier. I will have to be gone back to France by at least the 15th of January because I have to go and identify the guys that the police have caught for robbing me. I've also got the auction on. Did you say that to her, Mr. Bloom?
That's a fertile imagination. I never said.
It sits well with the story that you had told her about being attacked and robbed and hospitalised in Lille, does it not?
Yes, I told her the story, but it didn't happen in Lille.
Do you say she just simply plucked out of the air a small town in northern France called Lille?
No,
Is that what you say?
I told her the story because we were in Amsterdam going to the lockers, and I then told her, because memories came back, I told her that what happened in Amsterdam to me in 92. But I never say that that it happened in Lille.
And did you, a couple of days after Christmas, recall attending Janet's home in Woodburn a couple of days after Christmas?
No.
And Janet asking you for the title deeds to her home? Do you recall her asking for her title deeds?
No. She could have asked me for the title deeds because she had them. I didn't have them.
And I wish to suggest to you that Janet says in her statement that you produced to her on that occasion her title deeds.
Oh, well, it was a fib. It's shy.
And she saw you remove them from a small case that had the letters RLW name tagged on the top.
Yes. So...
Do you own a smallish case with RLW?
No, sir. No, sir. In my smallish case, which I use to travel, there's only space for 2 letters. What's that? And there's no letters on it. I'll never put the letters on.
And did you see on this occasion Janet Oldenburg placing the original title deeds in an envelope and placing them in a drawer?
No, sir.
of a filing cabinet?
No, sir. I didn't go there. Go.
Did you, in late December 1999 or early January 2000, make contact with any real estate agents in and around the Woodburn area?
No, sir.
Did you
I didn't know any relation.
suggest at any time to Janet Oldenburg that she should contemplate selling her house?
No, sir. No, sir. The reason, I suppose, that she wanted to come back to Australia is because she had two teenage sons. And what she told me is that the house, she told me, that was going to our sons. That's what she told me. And nothing else, but not, I'm talking of whilst we were traveling, I'm not talking, on that date you specified in Woodburn.
Mr. Bloom, do you recall having any discussion with Janet prior to your departure on the 2nd of December 1999 as to why it was she was taking with her important documents?
She never mentioned anything as far as that's concerned.
When you obtained her power of attorney,
Yes,
did you have any desires to use that?
I didn't obtain, I signed a power of attorney. She never gave it to me. At the courthouse in Lismore, she took all the papers, as I told you before.
Now, you've read, have you not, that following that visit on the 5th of... withdraw that. You recall from reading Janet's statement that she alleges items of jewellery were missing and other valuables from the home.
What? Yeah, I've read it.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Janet Oldenburg's missing title deeds?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about Janet Oldenburg's missing share certificates with BT Australian Equity Fund?
No, sir. I never knew anything like that.
Did you, on the 5th of January, Mr. Bloom, ring Janet Oldenburg and tell her you were going to Brisbane to pick up your passport?
I went to pick up my passport at the same time of hers. Is that what you mean?
That was earlier,
Yes.
in November of
Yes.
1999. This is the 5th of January 2000, so early New Year.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Janet Oldenburg that you were going to Brisbane to pick up your passport?
No, I didn't go to pick up a passport.
And, of course, you would need to pick up a new passport because you hadn't lost your passport in an attack in Europe in December of 1999, correct?
I didn't have an attack in 1999. The attack was in, you said it yourself, the attack was in 1992.
Had you told Janet Oldenburg shortly after you arrived back into Australia from your trip overseas with her that the French police had sent your passport to Brisbane for collection?
How would I have travelled without a passport?
Precisely, Mr. Bloom, but I'm simply asking you, did you tell Janet that?
No, sir.
Another story you you state, I take it, Mrs. Oldenburg's made up?
Well, I suppose so, if she did say. But
Did you make arrangements on the 5th of January 1999
yes,
for her to pick you up and that he would call you call Janet about 12:30 from Brisbane to give her a time for her to pick you up, either from Lismore or Ballina? Do you recall asking her to come and pick you up from either Lismore or Ballina?
she never picked me up from Lismore or Ballina. I swear it, I never went from Lismore. Yes, I went from Ballina to her residence. Yes, but she never came and picked me up from Ballina.
They were just
Slightly different question, Your Honour. Was
correct the
whether
date.
we're on the 5th of January,
Yes,
5 days into the new year,
Yes.
2000.
yes.
My question was, do you have any recollection of making arrangements with Janet for her to pick you up from either Lismore or Ballina?
She never picked me up.
And I'm not asking you whether she picked you up, I'm asking whether you recall making
right,
arrangements
no.
for her to pick you up.
No, sir.
Do you have a recollection on that same day at about 2 p.m. calling Janet Oldenburg, stating, I have booked a plane to go to overseas. I have only enough money for one ticket. I will send you a card. When I get a mobile phone, I'll let you know the number. I will keep in touch. I will send you a ticket after the auction at the end of January. I have dug up those items and I'm sending your jewellery back to you. I have told you before I have never wanted anything from you. Did you say that to Janet Oldenburg?
No,
About
sir.
2 p.m. on the Wednesday, the 5th of January 2000?
No, sir. I never talked to her on the 5th of January.
And did Janet at any time on the 5th of January 2000 say to you, when will you be ringing me if you do? To which you responded, about 8 o'clock or so in the morning, your time. And you saying a little later on, you talk too much.
No, sir. Like you mentioned.
You didn't say that?
No, sir. Like you mentioned, you said that I was going to apply or was getting a mobile phone. So that means I couldn't have rung her.
Mr. Bloom, you could have rung from a payphone with the greatest respect.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, could you
I
tell
could
Her Honour,
have,
please?
yes, I could have, yes.
Could you tell Her Honour, please, Mr. Bloom, what you said on the last occasion you spoke to Janet Oldenburg?
The last occasion I spoke to Janet Oldenburg is when I returned and witnessed by two witnesses, as I said before. Those people, I'm sure, could be found and witnessed. And that was the last time, the very last time that I spoken to Janet Oldenburg.
And is that the second visit after you've returned from overseas?
That's probably right.
And what did you say to her on the last occasion that you spoke to her?
Well, I just went to the shed, picked the shovel, dug that cylinder out, and handed to her. Those two witnesses were there. I handed to her. I didn't even open it or anything. I just gave it to her, turned around, and went back home.
And that was it, was it?
And that was it, yes.
Nothing else was said by you to her about the relationship coming to an end?
No. No.
Mr. Bloom, did you place some items of Janet Oldenburg's jewellery in a post-pack envelope
No, sir.
and posted
No,
to
sir.
her
No,
under
sir.
the name R. Richard,
No, sir.
which was the name that you were then going by?
Yes, no, sir.
And was it, I withdraw that, and do I understand your evidence that you deny retaining any items of jewellery of Janet Oldenburg?
I didn't, sir.
And
Why would I retain one item or two items and leave the rest there? Why? No, sir, I didn't. She has a fertile
memory? Is that what you were going to say?
She has a fertile imagination, yes.
And would you say the same thing about Jeanette Gaffney Bowen?
Jeff?
Yes or no, please, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, because she was completely drugged.
And would you say the same about Monique Cornelius?
What?
A fertile imagination?
No, she was a smart lady. She is a smart lady.
And was she the sort of lady that would say that you invent extraordinary tales?
No, sir.
Was she the sort of lady that is Monique Cornelius, who would say of you that you draw a picture of yourself that was not true, that did not match the truth of how you lived, Mr. Bloom?
I know that she said that. I've read it. But
Another example of a fertile imagination, is it?
maybe not. That my opinion is different, put it that way.
And Andre Flame, would you say the same of Andre Flame? That
Andre
Andre
Flame.
Flame
Yes.
also has a fertile imagination?
No, Andre Flame was in a wheelchair with Alzheimer's disease, and she could put two words together. She had Alzheimer's disease and dementia, and she was sitting in a wheelchair in a room all day, in a worse state that I am now.
And
And
how do you know Mrs. or Ms. Flem?
I went there with her son-in-law and her daughter. And her daughter is the one who impersonated her mother and sent the email that I received, because the old lady would know anything about emails. As I said before, she was suffering from, and that can be verified, the doctor was coming there all the time.
And how long had you known Mrs. Flame?
Yes, only when I went that day.
And why were you there?
I went there because her son-in-law and her daughter said that that Mr. Flam, the lady's husband, passed away, and he left some coins, and what's his name? Anyway, her son-in-law asked me, because he knew I was going to the Belgian Royal Library to research, and I saw him there nearly every day, bought his lunch.
Mr. Bloom, do you want to return to my question?
Yes,
Why were you there?
because a daughter and a son-in-law brought me there.
Yes. And if you could provide it in short summary, for what purpose?
To identify and value the coin collection of Mrs. Flame's husband, which did pass away.
Can I ask you this, please, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
When police investigators asked you in your record of interview, do you know who Mrs. Andre Fleme is? You responded no.
Well, I only knew. I'll try to remember his name now. I only knew.
You seem to have a clear recollection today of your interactions
With
her.
Mrs. Flame, mother. Yes, that I met her that day.
And have you read in the material that's been provided to you that Mrs. Flam alleges against you wrongdoing?
Yes. But Mrs. Flem, it's not Mrs. Flem Senior, it's Mrs. Flem Junior.
In any event, do you deny the allegations of wrongdoing that you've read in the material?
Exactly.
Your Honour, I'm about to move on to a different topic.
I came to Australia with a series of coins from them, and I returned because she was making the daughter, because she sent me an email and making this allegation. I didn't want anything to do with it, and I sent that by registered mail, and which I've given the receipt to you by post from Miami.
All right. I'll stop you there, Mr. Bloom. Just before we move on, I'm still a little bit confused or having difficulty understanding something about your relationship with Mrs. Oldenburg. When you went overseas with her,
Yes.
you didn't have a lot of money, did you?
That's right.
You had a wife and 2 children at home.
That's right.
You had no plan to leave your wife or your children.
None whatsoever.
You could have continued your sexual relationship with Mrs. Oldenburg somewhere in Australia, couldn't you?
Sure couldn't, no.
Why did you think it was so important for you to betray your wife, spend a lot of money and time with a woman that you had no intention of marrying or forming a permanent relationship with, or in your words, for just a fling? Can you explain
yes,
that to me?
Yes, I said it before.
And I know you said that Ms. Oldenburg wanted to go over to find an agent for her belly dancing.
Yes, I know that.
I know that was what her dream was.
That's right.
What I don't understand is why you went over there when that was the situation in your life, particularly given your lack of resources.
I was completely taken by her. You know, she was dancing with a long roll of naked, with a long roll of feathers around her neck, and like it was, I suppose, like it was a snag, and I was completely.
You were taken by her.
That's right.
Yeah, I understand. But you could have been taken by her, besotted by her, bewitched
Yes.
by her in Australia and stayed in Australia and continued your sexual relationship. That doesn't answer my question. Why spend all that money and take all that time when you were married, when you had children, when you didn't have a lot of money to go overseas? Can you explain?
Yes, because I wanted to help her, because that's what she wanted to do, and because she wasn't able to do take the information to make the connections with agents, which I did.
Unsuccessfully.
Unsuccessfully, yes, except for the
That's
last.
your explanation, is
Yeah.
because you wanted to do that to help
All
her
right.
because you were besotted. Is that right?
It's exactly right.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloom, was there any intention of yours to spend some of your money wooing Janet Oldenburg such that you could take advantage of her for personal financial gain?
I didn't take advantage of her, and I never had any money from her.
She alleges you had the title deeds to her property and a power of attorney.
I told you before, I never got those in my hands. I'm not going to make a perjury for. Oh God, no, Jesus Christ.
I take it you say that you never had any intentions of dealing inappropriately with her land.
For sure. And how could I? I didn't have any documents to do so. I said so many times.
I want to come now to Marion Barter, Mr. Bloom.
Yes?
Could you tell Her Honour where you were the last time you saw Marion Barter?
The last time I saw Marion Barter was in her home in near Southport anyway. Or was it in? Maybe it was in Southport. I can't remember. I don't want to make.
And was she in good health the last time you saw Marion Barter?
Was she?
In good health.
Oh yes, she was in good health.
And what were the last words you and Marion Barter exchanged on this last occasion that you saw her in her home at Southport?
The last word.
What was the last thing you and her said?
Can't recall.
Can't recall, or
Can't recall.
don't wish to recall?
No, I can't recall what the last word was.
When you parted ways on this last occasion,
Yes.
in her home in Southport, Queensland,
Yes.
what was she doing by way of
She was.
work or?
No, she was. I believe she was packing her house.
And you'd met Marion before, had you not, in the 1960s?
Yes, I met her in Switzerland.
And did you meet her at Leysin, Leysin?
No, I met her in Lucerne.
In Lucerne, not Leysin.
No, Leysin, that's where I used to go to get medicine at the sanatorium.
And on the occasion that you met Marion in the 1960s, what took you to Lucerne, the city in Switzerland?
To Lucerne? Well, as I explained to you, I was living in the mountains, and many times I went to because the chalet was no one there. It was pretty boring, and I used to go on many occasions during the 4 years that I was there, all inclusive. I returned to Belgium many times, and I visit Lausanne many times. I can even tell you there was a place called, I forgot now.
Mr. Bloom, I was simply asking what you were doing in Lucerne when you met Marion Barter. What were you doing?
I was staying there for a few days, like I did many times.
And were you staying in a hotel there?
I was staying in a hotel. Back then, And because that area is German, it was called a Gasthof.
And do you recall the name of the hotel that you were
No, I
staying in?
don't, sir.
And do you remember today, if at all, why Marion Barter happened to be in Lucerne, Switzerland in the 1960s?
She told me, I mean, she met me in the foyer of the hotel, and she told me that she was out with her husband, who was a footballer, as you know, and that she was bored, and that she wasn't with her husband. Her husband was training, I don't know where. And she used the word clinic, that he was a clinic, yes. And then she was looking for sex, as simple as that.
And you say she approached you?
She did so. Well, I was in the hotel. She came in.
And was there a bar or bistro or cafe in this hotel?
In the hotel, there was. I used to have the cafe in the foyer, but I suppose that I was having my meals, whichever there was, Frühstück or dinner, in my room. And it was as I said, 2 or 3 story, probably, old-fashioned, very old-fashioned, in the old town of Lucerne.
And at this point in time, were you working or were you just receiving the Belgium pension?
I wasn't working at that time, and I was receiving the pension, but I received the reason why I was able to survive, mainly in those years, is that I received a large amount in millions of francs as compensation for all the time that I was disabled, that I couldn't walk properly. That is the time until I was discharged of the gendarmerie, plus the years that I was in Switzerland trying to recoup. I was paid invalid pension at 100%. And on top of that, I got about 6 or 7 million francs in compensation for that period. I was invalided at 100%. After which, my invalidities are now at 66%. And the reason why I got invalidity at 66%, and my chirurgeon had to battle for it because I went to a...
Mr. Bloom, I just asked you whether you were receiving the Belgian pension.
Yes, sorry, I was.
The answer is yes.
Yes. Plus, like I said, so I had money, yes.
And were you, at the time that you had a fleeting relationship with Marion Barter, attending any sanitarium or spa or health retreat?
No. I only went to the Capel Bridge, as they called it. And that's about as far as I went.
And at this time, the time you met Marion Barter, would you agree with me it's probably 1968?
Probably. I can't probably recall, but I was there that year, yes.
And were you going by the name Willie Wooters at that time?
That's exactly right.
And I take it you told Marion your name was Willie or Willie Wooters?
I can't remember that, but I didn't introduce myself. And it was only like I said, a fleeting relationship.
2 nights, I think you said.
Yes, I didn't give any details.
Well,
And if I give any details, it would have been, would have been Rick, because I've always been called Rick.
even whilst you were a small boy in Belgium?
Oh, no.
What about when you're in the gendarmerie? Were you Rick then, or
No.
were you Willie?
No.
So when were you Rick? Were you Rick in 1968 in Switzerland, or were you Willie?
No, I don't think so. No, I think that name was given to me by my wife.
Yes, on the voyage
That's right.
from Southampton.
That's right.
Willie, do you accept it's likely that you have told Marion Barter that your name was Willie, or some variation of that when you met and spent 2 nights with her in
I
1968?
never got any variation of.
She would-
I probably said I was really probably, but I can't recall for. I don't want to lie, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, cast your mind back to the late 1960s. Were you going by any other names in the late 1960s apart from Willie Wooters?
No, sir. I kept that name until I first came back. When I first came back to Australia with my wife.
And you came to learn over the 2 nights that you spent with Marion that her name was Marion?
Yes,
Obviously.
that's all she said. My name is Marion, and
And did she say what her married name or maiden name was, to your recollection?
no, she didn't.
And
All she said, she was Marion, and that she was frustrated. And anyway, we had a conversation to that respect. Can't exactly remember the words, and that was it.
and did she tell you where she was from?
Yes, she said that she was Australian, or from Australia, whichever way, and that she could speak German.
Pardon, I could or could not?
Sorry.
I couldn't hear your last
She
statement.
said she couldn't speak German or French.
Could not or
Could not, sorry. Couldn't. Yeah.
could not speak German and could not speak French.
French. That's right. Although I believe, I found out that she was a intelligent enough person.
Did you converse with her in English?
I conversed with her in English, yes.
And did she tell you where in Australia she was from?
I can't. No, I don't think so.
And did she tell you how long she had been married for?
No, sir.
Did she tell you where she had come from?
She came from Australia, yes.
Before she arrived in Switzerland, did she tell you where she'd been travelling?
I think she said that she went to the UK, but I can't tell you how she came to Lucerne. I don't know. She must have come by train, I suppose. I don't know.
And was her husband staying in Lucerne?
That I don't know. He was doing a football clinic, but I don't know. I mean, she left me like she came. I never saw her husband.
Did she stay overnight with you or not?
She stayed overnight, yes.
Once or
Twice.
For the complete night? She didn't
Yes.
leave late or leave early?
No, she came, can't exactly remember the time.
And
She
did
came
you,
in, and that night she stayed, and the next night she stayed.
and during the daytime hours, did you and her remain together?
That's right.
And in those daytime hours, what did the two of you do in Lucerne?
I said I went to the Capel Bridge. I don't know, it's a famous walking bridge in Lucerne. We went to walk the street of old Lucerne. I never went the other way. We went to have a look at the Reuss River, which goes through town. And she was very interested in all the paint on the Capel Bridge, on the Chapel Bridge, if I said it in English. They are many, I can't remember, I don't know the number, of paintings. And she was interested to see those relics, if I can put it that way. We went also to, it is that the German, as I said, what they are just in Switzerland, anyway, that German suburb of Switzerland, they have the lake of the Quatre Cantons, that's the border, and we went to maybe at some stage promenade along the lake, and we used to go to eat in various places, and I think that's about it.
And during this 2-day fleeting relationship with Marion in 1968, did you come to meet any of her friends?
No.
Did she come to meet any of your friends?
No.
Did you get a sense whether or not her husband was there or not?
I can't answer that, sir. I can't recall.
Did she appear to you in those 2 days concerned about her husband seeing her with you as you walked the streets of Lucerne?
No. I don't think she was concerned. I wasn't concerned. Pardon me, I wasn't in any relationship. I wasn't in any relationship, so I certainly wasn't concerned. That she was concerned, I don't know. She never seemed to be. No.
And is there anything about her that is striking that you remember
Yes.
today about her personality or what she did?
She was very, very old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yes, in her look.
In her look?
Yes.
Old-fashioned?
That's right.
And did that look or style continue when you reacquainted yourself with her in 1997?
Yes.
And are you able to be more specific about what you mean about her look being old-fashioned?
The way she dressed and her hairdo.
And after, I withdraw that, why did the fleeting relationship only last 2 days?
Because she told me she had to return to her husband.
And did you say where that was?
No, I didn't ask questions.
You didn't know where she was going next
No.
on her journey?
No, I didn't know if she may haven't stayed in the same hotel. I don't know. I don't really know.
And did she ever say to you anything about her husband? Did she proffer any information as to...
No, she only said that he was. Playing soccer for Australia. That's all she said, as far as her husband's concerned.
Did she...
And she didn't present a photo or anything of that kind.
Apart from that piece of information, do you have any memory of Marion telling you which soccer or football club her husband played with?
I know from the.
No, I don't want you
That he was
to
playing.
conflate matters, rely on matters you've read. I'm just asking you, in 1968,
All right. Yes.
did Marion tell you which club her husband played soccer or football with?
No. He was a. The name doesn't come back. He was playing for Australia, but
Yes.
not. She never specified any clubs.
Mentioned no clubs in Europe or the United Kingdom he may have been playing or training with?
No, sir.
And the clinic you've mentioned,
Yes, sir.
or the training camp, can you provide any more information about that?
No, sir.
Don't know where it was?
Don't know where it was, sir.
And when you said your goodbyes after 2 days,
Yes.
did you exchange contact details?
No, sir. I never heard of
No
her.
address or
No,
telephone
no, sir.
number?
No, nothing, sir.
And when you came to Australia for the first time,
Yes, sir.
did you seek Marion out?
No, sir.
Did you seek Marion out before 1997?
No, sir. I never knew where she was. No. How could I?
And what did you tell Marion about you?
At the time, in Switzerland,
Yeah, what did you disclose about yourself,
that I was.
Mr. Bloom, when you were
Yes, I understand.
Switzerland in 1968 as
I just-
Willy Wooters?
I just told her that I was there, recuperating from a horse trash. That's all I said, as far as I was concerned.
And nothing more? No more?
I didn't give any more explanations. No.
I want to move forward, if I may, to 1997.
Yes.
And you have accepted in your evidence already that for the best part of 1997 you were living in Wollongbar
I did.
at 8 Riverton Street.
I did.
And you have a clear memory of your time there in Wollongbar?
Yes. I went to Ballina twice a day. That's when I was there, because I went to shows and things like that. But when I was in Wollongbar at home, I used to go with my wife twice a day to the driving my children to the swimming pool for 2 hours in the morning, plus school, coming back home with her and returning for the afternoon session at 4 o'clock, after school. My wife used to bring their food and all that. And after the school, they again went the Black Line for 2 hours. They were national swimmers, both of them. And even my daughter didn't succeed because she was only 15, I think, at the time. But she went for the Atlanta Olympic trials.
And that was in 1996?
That'd be, yeah, thereabouts.
Atlanta was in 1996,
Yes.
Mr. Bloom?
Yeah, yeah.
And you agree that your daughter was 16 in 1997?
Yes, so she was...
Turned 16 in April of 1997?
Yes, so
Your
she was...
son turned 18 in April of 1997?
Yeah, I agree, yes.
And that was his first year out of high school, correct?
First year...
Year out of high school, your son, in 1997?
my son, yes, he took a gap year, yes.
And did he reside with you throughout 1997?
That's
He
right.
took his gap year?
Yes.
And did he work?
No, I'm sorry, I made a mistake there. After school, he went to uni. And after he finished his degree, he took a gap year.
Your son completed year 12 in the high school certificate
Yes,
at the end of 1996,
yes.
and in 1997 he commenced tertiary study.
At Southern Cross University in Lismore.
And that wasn't too far from Wollongbar?
No, well, I think he bought his own car a little.
Mr. Bloom, my question was...
Yes, I know, but
it's,
he used to pull.
it's not too far from Wollongbar,
I know.
the
No, sir.
campus of
No,
the
sir.
Southern Cross University in Lisbon.
No, sir.
And was it an onerous time in 1997 having to drive backwards and forth from Wollongbar to Ballina for school and swimming training throughout that year?
Was it a...
Onerous task, the constant driving.
it was only difficult because at the time, as you know, the highway didn't exist. So from Wollongbar to the bottom of the intersection with the road going to Ballina, it was a gravel road. And it was,
Is that the T intersection? If you turn right, it takes you down to Wardell, and you turn left and you head north to Ballina.
That's right, yes.
And it was in that period of time from Wollongbar to Ballina, about a 40-minute drive?
That's about right.
One way?
That's about right.
And you were doing that at least twice
Twice a
a
day.
day? More than 5 days a week, I think you said the other day.
That's right.
And at this time, in 1997, you were not working?
I had, as you know, my invalid pension and my...
And at that stage, did you receive the two pensions, one from the Belgian government and one from the Australian government?
Yes, I did, right through, yes.
And was your wife, Diane, not working in 1997
No,
but
she
receiving
wasn't.
a pension as well?
No, that's right.
And did your interest in coins continue throughout 1997?
Continued till 10 years ago.
And in 1997, were you going to coin fairs and coin auctions?
That's right.
To markets?
Mainly...
Boot markets, I think you
That's
referred
right,
to them as?
yes.
And you gave an example as the Shannon Market?
The Shannon Market, the Lismore, under the main shopping centre in Lismore, every Saturday they have a boot sale, a card boot sale.
And did you go to other markets in the Northern Rivers region looking for coins?
Yes,
And did you go to the markets in Byron Bay in 1997?
No, there's never been. The only...
Think carefully about this, please, Mr.
Yes,
Bloom.
the only market in Byron Bay, it's a farmer's market.
I'm talking about 1997.
Yes, there only was a farmer's market.
And what about at Bangalow? Did you go to any markets at Bangalow searching out for coins?
No, sir. I may have gone to Bangalore once, and that was to shop because it's a fairly big market, Bangalore, and you could walk in a half a day. It's
It's at the showground there, Bangalow.
That's right. Yes.
And did you ever go up to the Gold Coast looking for coins?
I went to the Gold Coast. Yeah, pardon me. I went there a few times, yes.
And Brisbane? Did you go up to Brisbane to coin fairs or coin auctions or other places in search of coins?
I went to 2 or 3 times to a coin auction in Brisbane, yes, until I found out that the owner of the auction, I mean, the guy was running the auction. He owned the business as well. He was a complete. How can I please? He was complete ignorant of coins. Put it that way. He was doing kitchen wholesale place before. And anyway,
Mr. Bloom, doing the best you can in that year that you lived in Wollongbar in 1997,
yes.
How often would you go to the Gold Coast looking for coins?
In that year, probably 2 or 3 times.
And would you drive up in the family car?
No, sir, always. My wife needed the car daily to go 6 days a week, sometime on Sunday because of carnivals. I always went, wherever I went, by bus or bus and train combined or train. Pardon me.
Did you ever have access to any other vehicle that you could borrow from a friend?
No, sir. No, sir. The only other vehicle we had when my daughter started to work, and that's after that, I suppose. I can't remember, or before that.
Your daughter was 16 in 1997.
Yes, but when she finished school, she went to work and bought her a car. That's the only other car we had. And my son had a little Mazda too, that he bought to go to uni.
Now, Mr. Bloom, I just want to show you a photograph, if I may. It's a photograph that you've seen before.
Yes?
I'll just bring that up.
Yes, I can see it from here.
Well,
It's okay.
everyone else needs to see it, Mr.
Pardon?
Bloom. Her Honour needs to see it. Her Honour needs to see that.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
We can all see it better when it's up
Okay.
there.
Now, firstly, is that a photograph you have seen before?
Yes?
And was it a photograph shown to you by police investigators?
Yes?
And do you recognise anyone in that
Yes, Marion.
photograph?
Marion.
And you have a clear recollection that that's the same woman you spent 2 nights with in Switzerland in 1968?
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. How did you come to reacquaint yourself with Marion Barter in 1997?
Well, in 1997, as I stated, I saw an ad in the paper from a lady looking for a relationship, if I can put it that way. Yeah.
And yes, go on.
And I answered the ad, which was, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, I believe was in the Gold Coast Bulletin. at the time, but I can, be sure of that. And anyway, I cut because I'm not going to go through that. I cut the head of the paper.
You kept it
And I kept it on my desk for a few days.
at the family home.
At the family home.
You weren't concerned about your wife seeing the ad, were you, Mr.
She
Bloom?
did. She did. Or maybe, I don't know if she saw the ad, but she knew that she knew, or I told her, she knew that I had that relationship. Yes, she knew.
Your wife knew?
She knew, not at the time of the relationship, but she found afterwards, as I'd say.
Wow.
I told Marianne that I wasn't continue the charade for two reasons. That I wasn't continue the charade because I had a wife and two children. And after that, yes, I told my wife.
And what was the second reason? You offered two and you provided the first. What was the second?
Because she was insatiable.
Insatiable?
Insatiable. I couldn't keep her with her sexually. She was voracious and 'How can I put it? She was voracious and hungry for sex, non-stop.
And you were about 57 or thereabouts at this time?
I agree, yes, I was. Even in Switzerland, it was the same. Jeez.
And Mr. Bloom, when did you disclose to your wife that you had been having a sexual relationship with Marion Barter?
As I said to you, when I told Marion that I wasn't going to continue the charade, I told my wife. And I told her that I had a wife and two kids.
You told Marion that, but my question was, when did you tell your wife?
Yes, afterwards, yes.
And what month or year are you referring to when you disclosed to your wife that you'd been having a sexual encounter with another woman?
When I ceased seeing Marion, which is 19, it's about 25 years ago.
You accept you had a sexual relationship with Marion Barter in 1997?
Yes, I do.
And that was when you were living in Wollongbar?
That's right.
I'm simply wanting to know, what month did you end the relationship with Marion Barter and disclose that relationship with your wife?
I can't recall the month, but it is the month that she was selling her place.
Selling her place?
Yes. And because I saw sign outside, and she was moving moving her gear around in the house, and that was that month.
Was it before your son commenced his university studies at the Southern Cross University? Or after he commenced his studies there?
Can't recall, sir. No, can't.
Was it before your son turned 18 or after your son turned 18?
No, can't recall, sir. No.
Was it in summer
I think it,
or autumn or winter or spring?
yes, try to think. It was in June, July, or August. In that bracket, I think.
And where were you when you told Marion you could not continue the relationship because you were married with children?
At her place.
At her place?
Yes.
And what is your recollection of where her place was?
Her place in Southport. I think there was a northern. No, Southport. That's all.
And on how many occasions before you ended the relationship had you been to her place in Southport?
Only been there 3 times. Like I said, that when we had that relationship, I never went there. Never went there before or after.
And returning, if I may, to the advertisement that
Yes.
you answered, was that advertisement published, you believe, in the Gold Coast Bulletin?
That's what I believe, but I may be wrong.
Could there have been another publication
It could
that you would have read it in?
Yeah,
And can you offer any other publications that you would read at that point in time?
Yes, I would read as far as Queensland's concerned.
Yes.
No, I don't think I was reading any other publication of Queensland. But I was reading, and that's probably what happened. I was reading newspaper when I was at the pool, because various people coming from various area to the swimming were coming, and so did I. Were coming with newspaper to read during the ups and downs of the kids, and so I probably put my hands on the.
Mr. Bloom, I'm just asking what other papers or publications you may have been reading that had these personal ads.
Yes, I think that's what it was. I can't.
Can you think of any other publications it may have been in?
Not from Queensland, no.
What about from New South Wales or Northern New South Wales?
Northern New South Wales. Yeah, we had the
Northern River Times.
the Northern Star, but and people were also coming with Sydney, what you call that, Sydney publication, like the Sun and the Herald and different papers like that.
Were you still picking up, when you're in Sydney, the Le Courrier Australienne publication on those times you're in Sydney and walk past Centre Point?
Which
Le Courrier Australienne?
No, whilst I was in Sydney at the coffee lunch, yes, like I said to you, there was a newspaper stand at the corner of Market and Pitt, and the coffee lunch was at the entrance of Market, and in my breaks, I used to go and.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I think you've answered my question.
Okay. Now,
What did the advertisement say that you ultimately responded to?
It's just a lady looking for a relationship. I couldn't phrase or a man. remember exactly what the advert. Can't recall, sir.
Was it an advertisement that
Looking for companionship.
more permanent companionship?
No, not specified, no.
And do you have any memory today of what the advertisement said about the person who had placed it?
Can't recall, sir, no.
Did it have a name?
I only learned her name. I mean, I knew her. I only knew her name when I met her on the, what do you call that? Goes over the rails.
What I'm asking you, Mr. Bloom,
Yes.
did the ad have something to the effect of Marion looking for companionship?
No, sir, no.
It
no,
did not state her name at all?
No, sir.
And how did you go about making contact? How did you respond
Yeah,
to this advertisement?
I respond to the phone number. No. I wrote a note. And in the note, I gave my phone number, and she rang me.
Now, in terms of the note that you wrote,
Yes.
do you remember who you sent it to?
I sent it to the office of the newspaper.
Right.
That's how it. All those ads are, you know, they don't have personal address. They.
And in that note, how do you identify which advertisement you're responding to?
Well,
Is there a code or a reference?
Yes, that's right. There's the name of the office that you send the letter to, and then there is a code number next to at the end of the ad. Then you see you write your reference number and the address of the newspaper, and it's what you call that, poste restante or whatever it is. Yes.
And as part of your note, did you have to tell a little story about yourself?
No, I just said that I was interested in a meeting. I didn't give any specific information, and I probably told her my age.
Your true age?
I probably did.
Probably, or you just don't know?
I don't really know, no, sir, I don't really know. But I probably did.
And what name do you recall giving in this note?
Yeah, my Willie Wooters name. But
Why were you using Willie Wooters in 1997 when you had an Australian-issued passport in the name of Richard Lloyd Westbury?
Sorry.
I'm just wanting to know.
Yeah, I understand.
What name did you provide to the Gold Coast Bulletin, if that was the publication, in response to the advertisement that you came to learn had been placed by Marion Barter?
Can't recall. Can't. I thought it was.
Was it Fernand Remakel, Mr. Bloom?
And I said it before, I never used that name.
And did you state your age was 50 in response to the
Probably.
advertisement?
If I did, I probably would have, yes.
Do you think you might have downplayed things a little bit?
No.
Do you believe you gave a fair account of your affairs and personality at that time?
It was only few lines. It wasn't.
And did you disclose that you're an invalid pensioner,
No.
age 60, living in rental accommodation or not?
She knew that I was an invalid person with a pension.
This is the note, with the greatest respect, Mr. Bloom, to the Gold Coast Bulletin.
Yes, I know that, but she knew, when I met her in Switzerland, she knew that I was an invalid pensioner from the Belgian Gendarmerie. Put it
I'm just asking you what was in your note. What do
I'm
you
sorry.
remember
No,
telling the Gold Coast Bulletin in response to the ad?
well, nothing much. My probably to do with more likely my physique, my size.
Do you think you might have responded in similar terms to the advertisement you had placed in 1994?
No, it wasn't. No.
You don't think you may have used similar words to describe yourself in
Vocabulary,
1997?
no, sir. No, it was a simple, as I said, 3 or 4 lines that I gave a few details.
And was a photograph to be provided as part of the response or not?
No, sir.
And what contact details, Mr. Bloom, did you provide in this note in response to the advertisement?
I provide phone number. She contacted me, as I said before, and she made a, because I didn't know where she lived. She probably, not 100% sure, she probably wanted to see me before having, she probably wanted to see.
All right,
what
we're
I
going
look
off
like.
track a little. I just want to come back to the question. You provided a telephone number.
Yes, she rang me.
Well, pausing there, did you provide an address?
No address,
Just a telephone number?
just a telephone number.
And at that time, the only telephone number you had was for the house in Wollongbar?
That's right, sir.
And I'll return to that shortly. Why was it that you decided to cut this ad out and leave it lying around the house, Mr. Bloom? Seems rather an extraordinary thing to do when one wants to have an extramarital affair.
Well, I cut it off and put it on my desk because I wanted to think about for 2 reasons. First one, because of the ad. Second one, because it was in Queensland, and I wasn't mobile, put it that way.
But you could have stuck it in your back pocket out of sight and still thought about it.
it was.
So why were you leaving it lying around for your wife and children to discover, potentially?
Can't explain.
You're quite sure you left it lying around, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, I did. I know I did.
And what was it about this particular ad, as opposed to the others that were surrounding it on the page,
Because
that drew you in to think, this is the one I'm going to respond to?
yes, because it was a personal ad. All what mainly the others were all people offering sex. I mean,
Was it a Lonely Hearts type ad? Mr.
that's
Bloom?
right, sort
Mr.
of.
Bloom.
That's right.
Someone in search of companionship.
Exactly.
Someone who may have been, at that moment in time, a little lonely.
Maybe.
Perhaps even vulnerable, Mr. Bloom.
I don't think she was vulnerable. I don't think so.
And how long after you sent the note in response to the ad did you receive a phone call?
Probably 3-4 days, up to a week. Can't exactly.
And do you have a memory today when you first saw the ad? Was it towards the end of 1996 or the start of 1997? In those...
I think it was 90. When the sale of the house was only, I think it was 90, Yeah, 1997, I think.
I'm just trying to get
Yes, I
a
understand.
time as to when you may have seen the ad. Could it have been December 96 or January 97?
No, I saw.
Perhaps February 97?
I think I went in mid 97, I think, and I would have seen the ad probably a good week before I answered, and then within a few days I got a phone call, and then she gave me a meeting point where I went by bus and train.
And why were you handing out your home telephone number for someone to contact you with about companionship?
I know, with the potential of my wife taking the answer, the phone.
Are you sure it was your home telephone number you gave out? Did you have a mobile phone at that time?
I don't recall having a mobile phone.
Did you give out Barry Cooper's number at the bookshop?
No.
Ballina?
No.
Did you give out anyone else's number to avoid detection by your wife of what you're about to embark upon?
No, I don't. I can't recall, so. Okay.
Do you see how
Yes, I understand.
if someone was to conduct a secret affair,
Yeah.
it's not the smartest thing to do, with the greatest respect, to hand out their own telephone number that
Exactly.
wife or children could answer.
Yes.
Does it seem odd then that you handed out your home telephone number?
No, maybe not. Okay. Look, I can't recall, sir. I can't.
And prior to this,
I can't recall which phone number I got.
well, how many did you have at that time?
Just the one.
How many did you have access to at that time?
Oh, a few. Plus,
What were the other phone numbers you had access to?
Plus the. I had access to Barry's phone number.
Mm.
I had access to.
Who would take messages for you from time to time when you needed?
My wife would take messages.
In terms of providing an alternative phone number, whose phone numbers would you provide as an alternative number for people to contact you in that period you're living in Wollongbar?
Depending on the subject, but sometimes I would give the number of the cabin.
The cabin?
From the phone cabin. You know, there's in telephones, you can have someone telephone you in a cabin. You just give the number of the cabin.
You weren't living in a cabin in 1997.
I know, but you go for a specific time.
And is that what you were doing in 1997 to
I
facilitate contact with Marion?
I did it at some stage, but I can't remember if I did it that way.
And when are you talking about a phone booth?
That's right.
When you talk of a cabin?
Yes.
A public telephone booth that
Yes.
Telstra would
That's right.
operate throughout parts of the northern rivers of New South Wales.
Everywhere. Yeah.
And how many times do you believe Marion would have contacted you at Wollongbar, if at all?
Can't recall. Can't remember.
Could you have received a message from someone else that Marion had rung and left a message for you to call her, and you called her on a different telephone other than the one at the home in Wollongbar?
No. Can't recall that. No. But in any case, the contact was established. That's for sure. But How and when? Can't remember.
And you said a moment ago that a meeting point was arranged for your first introduction to Marion.
Yes.
And who chose the meeting point?
She did, because I didn't know where I didn't know where her place was, and then she said to me, "How are you going to come?" And I told her that I'll come with a bus to the bus terminal on the Gold Coast, and she said from then you can catch a train, which I did. I went to the next railway station by bus, and she told me that she would be waiting for me in the car park of that railway station. Can't remember the name of the station.
And did she provide a description of herself or her car?
A car.
So you could meet her?
She said that she had a red car and she'll be in the car park. And when I walked out of the train, I had to go across. It's like a bridge.
An overpass?
Yes, an overpass to go down to the entrance of the car park. Yes.
And did you have any trouble locating her?
Well, no. She told me that she had a red car, and probably at that time there was no lots of car in the car park, and there was only one red car. So, and she came towards me anyway. She came out of a car to meet me.
And what day of the week was this? Was it a work day?
It was
a weekend?
It wasn't a weekend. No. No.
Was it a Friday?
Can't remember, sir, but it wasn't a weekend because no, can't
remember?
Can't remember.
And when you arrived at the train station...
Yes.
Was a train station somewhere on the Gold Coast?
Between the first station there next to the car park.
Right. Was it near the casino? Do you remember or not? You know where Jupiter's Casino, as it was known then, was?
I don't know, but I didn't think that, yes, the railway was coming to the casino, that because the railway came in different stage.
If you don't remember, Mr. Bloom, it's fine.
Okay, I don't remember.
And what time of the day was it?
It was, that's why I said there were not that many cars. It was in the evening, because...
Was it light? Was it
between day and night, I'd say.
And was it at that time of year where the days were longer? Summer?
Possibly.
Summer light?
Possibly.
Summertime?
Possibly. And anyway, we went to a restaurant.
You went straight from the car park to a restaurant?
To a restaurant, yes.
And do you remember the name of the restaurant?
No, I don't.
Do you remember what suburb the restaurant?
No, I don't. She knew, but I...
And what type of restaurant was it?
It was an Asian type of restaurant.
Was it a small restaurant or a large restaurant?
No, it was a fairly. The whole building was with the Chinese things outside and
Chinese red lanterns or something else?
yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, the building wasn't occupied by anything else than that restaurant, and from memory, it was on the right-hand side of the Gold Coast Highway, near there is a big tram stop near that place. That tram came after. It came in the last few years. But I know, having passed by, I knew that restaurant. Having passed by later, that restaurant was maybe at the entrance of Surfers Paradise.
Thank you. I've been reminded at the time.
Yes, we'll have to stop there for today.
Before you do, can I ask just one other question, please, Your Honour, that's relevant? When did you first come to realise that the woman who met you at the car park was one and the same woman that you'd had a two-night fleeting relationship with?
I forgot to mention when I met her.
Was it immediate?
Yes.
Was it immediate for her, from your observation?
Don't know, but I think so. Because of, like I said, she was very old-fashioned. She was specific about the way she dressed and the type of garments she was wearing and her hairstyle.
Can you describe the hairstyle?
Well, it was very old-fashioned. It was with what do you call that? Those curls, I can't remember the name. With the vertical curls, if I can put it that way, and with a big amount of hair on the forehead.
And did you introduce yourself as Willie?
I can't remember. If I introduced myself, you
must have given her a name.
Yes, I know that, but...
well, what was it?
You probably told her... No, I told her. I can't recall, sir. I can't. I'll tell her.
And did Marion raise with you, shortly after you've reacquainted yourselves, that she recognised you from,
yes, from
your time in Switzerland?
That's right, yes. She jumped on my neck.
She what, sorry?
She jumped on
your neck?
And embrace on my neck, yes.
It was many years since you met her for the first time in 1968.
Yes.
20 years later.
Yes.
And you claim, do you, that she immediately recognised you and
I would say so.
jumped on your neck
Yes, I would say so.
in a public car park
That's
on
right.
the Gold Coast?
Yes.
Yes. I'll leave it at there at that point, Your Honour.
It must have been an incredible surprise.
It was a surprise because I never thought that I would met her again, if I can put it that way.
And a coincidence.
And a coincidence, yes. You know, I just couldn't believe it anyway.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Bloom.
Yes?
We'll just have some administrative things that we need to discuss now. So we'll just get some help for you. I'll just adjourn for 5 minutes, then we'll come back.
Silence, please, all stand. I'll put some Silence, please, or stand.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, thank you for the time. Clearly, Your Honour, we haven't been able to conclude the evidence today, and as a result of that, Mr. Bloom will need to resume his examination by me and by the other parties into the future. I understand, Your Honour, that there are 3 days available here at the Byron Local Court on the 27th, the 28th and the 29th of April. I understand that those dates are in large part convenient to the parties. It's not ideal, 100%, but doing the best one can. They're the available dates. Could I invite Your Honour to fix the remainder of the inquest, the hearing on the 27th, 28th, 29th of April at Byron Bay Local Court?
Yes, Mr. Castleton, I'll do that. So I'll list this matter to continue 27th, 28th, 29th of April, Byron Bay, commencing at 10 a.m. And Mr. Bloom, you are to return on the 27th of April at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Before Your Honour rises, can I state, as I have previously, that if any member of the public has any information relating to the disappearance of Marion Barter or information relating to Florabella Remakel, can I strongly encourage those members of the public to come forward and to share that information with New South Wales Police through Crime Stoppers? May it please Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. I thank you to the interested parties, those involved in this inquest. It's been a long 2 weeks. I thank the family, and we'll adjourn until the 27th of April at Byron Bay. Thank you.
Silence, please, or stand.